Part 2 of Book 9 of Laws by Plato, translated by Benjamin Jowett. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Jeffrey Edwards. Part 2 of Book 9. Athenian Stranger. Enough has been said of murders, violent and involuntary, and committed in passion. We have now to speak of voluntary crimes done with every sort of injustice and premeditation through the influence of pleasures and desires and jealousies. Clinias. Very good. Athenian Stranger. Let us first speak, as far as we are able, of the number and nature of these causes of them. The greatest is lust, which gets the mastery of the soul maddened by desire, and this is most commonly found to exist where the passion reigns, which is strongest and most prevalent among the mass of mankind. I mean, where the power of wealth breeds endless desires of never-to-be-satisfied acquisition, originating in natural disposition, and a miserable want of education. Of this want of education, the false admiration of wealth, which is brooded about among Hellenes and barbarians, is the cause. They deem that to be the first of goods, which in reality is only the third, and in this way they wrong both posterity and themselves, for nothing can be nobler and better than that the truth about wealth should be spoken in all states, namely, that riches are for the sake of the body, as the body is for the sake of the soul. They are good, and wealth is intended by nature to be for the sake of them, and is therefore inferior to them both, and third in order of excellence. This argument would seem to show that he who would be happy ought not to seek to be rich, or rather, he should seek to be rich justly and temperately, and then there would be no murders in states, which require to be purged away by other murders. But now, as I said at first, avarice is the chiefest cause and source of voluntary homicide, and hence the worst trials arise. A second cause is the habit of ambition. This creates jealousies which are troublesome companions, above all to the jealous man himself, and in a less degree to the chiefs of the state. And a third cause is cowardly and unjust fear. This has been the occasion of many murders. When a man is doing or has done something which he desires that no one should know him to be doing or to have done, he will take the life of those who are likely to inform of such things, if he have no other means of getting rid of them. Let this be said as a prelude concerning all these matters, and I must not omit to mention a tradition which is believed by many, and has been received from those who are learned in the mysteries. They say that such crimes will be punished in the world below, and that when the perpetrators return to this world, they will suffer what they did by a compensation of nature, and end their lives in like manner by the hand of another. If he who is about to commit a crime believes this, and is induced by the prelude to fear such a penalty, there is no need to proceed with the proclamation of the law. But if he be unbelieving, let the following law be declared and registered against him. Whoever shall wrongfully and of design slay with his own hand any of his kinsmen shall, in the first place, be deprived of legal privileges. He shall not pollute the temples, or the agora, or the harbours, or any other place of meeting, whether he is forbidden of men or not. For the law, which represents the whole state, forbids him, and always is and will be in the attitude of forbidding him. And he who, being of the kindred of the deceased, whether on the male or female side, does not prosecute the homicide when he ought, and proclaim him an outlaw, shall in the first place be involved in the pollution, and incur the hatred of the gods, even as the curse of the law stirs up the voices of men against him. And in the second place, he shall be in the power of any one who is willing to inflict retribution on behalf of the dead. And he who wishes to punish him shall observe all the precautionary ceremonies of lavation, and any others which the gods command in cases of this kind. Let him make proclamation, and then go forth, and compel the perpetrator to suffer the execution of justice according to the law. Now, the legislator may easily show that these things must be accompanied with prayers and sacrifices to certain gods, who are concerned with the prevention of murders in states. But who these gods are, and what should be the true manner of bringing such trials before the god, the guardians of the law, aided by the interpreters, and the prophets, and the god, shall determine. And when they have determined, let them carry on the prosecution at law. The cause shall have the same judges who were appointed to decide finally in the case of those who plunder temples. Let him who is convicted be punished with death, and let him not be buried in the country of the murdered man, for this would be shameless as well as impious. But if he fly and will not stand his trial, let him fly forever. Or if he set foot anywhere on any part of the murdered man's country, let any relation of the deceased, or any other citizen who may first happen to meet with him, kill him with impunity, or bind and deliver him to the archons who determine suits, that they may put him to death, and let the prosecutor demand surety of him whom he prosecutes. 3 sureties, sufficient in the opinion of the magistrates who try the cause, shall be provided by him, and they shall promise to produce him at the trial. But if he is unwilling or unable to appoint sureties, then the magistrates shall take him, and keep him in bonds, and produce him at the day of trial. If a man do not commit the murder with his own hand, but has contrived the death of another, and is the author of the deed in intention and design, having his soul not pure of the guilt of murder, and he is dwelling in the city, let him be tried in the same way, except in what relates to the sureties. And also, if he be found guilty, he shall have burial in his native land, but in all other respects this case shall be as the former. And whether a stranger shall kill a citizen, or a citizen a stranger, or a slave, there shall be no difference as touching the mere intention and the actual performance, except in the matter of sureties, and these, as has been said, shall be required of the actual murderer only, and he who proclaims the crime shall bind them over at the time. If a slave slay a free man voluntarily, either with his own hand or in intention, and he be convicted, let the public executioner take him either to the sepulchre, or to a place at which he can see the sepulchre of the dead, and inflict upon him as many stripes as the person who took him orders, and if he survives, let him put him to death. And if any one kills a slave who has done no wrong, because he is afraid that he may inform of some base and evil deeds of his own, or for some similar reason, in such a case let him pay the penalty of murder, as he would have done if he had slain a citizen. There are things about which it is terrible and unpleasant to legislate, but impossible not to legislate. If, for example, there should be murders of kinsmen, either perpetrated by the hands of kinsmen, or by their contrivance, and out of malice prepense, which may often happen in ill-regulated states, and perhaps even in a country where a man would not expect to find them, we must repeat once more the tale which we narrated a little while ago, in the hope that he who hears us will be the more disposed to abstain voluntarily on these grounds from murders which are utterly abominable. For the tale or tradition, whether under this or some other name, has been plainly set forth by priests of old. They have pronounced that the justice which inspects and avenges the blood of kindred follows the law of retaliation, and ordains that he who has done any murderous act should of necessity suffer that which he has done. He who has slain a father shall himself be slain at some time or other by his children, and if he have slain his mother, he shall of necessity take a woman's nature, and lose his life at the hands of his offspring in after ages. For where a family is polluted with blood, there is no other purification, nor can the pollution be washed out until the homicidal soul which did the deed has given life for life, and has propitiated and laid to sleep the wrath of the whole family. These are the retributions of heaven, and by such punishments men should be deterred. But if they are not deterred, and any one should be incited by some fatal misery to deprive his father, or mother, or brethren, or children of life, voluntarily and of purpose, for him the earthly lawgiver legislates as follows. There shall be the same proclamations about outlawry, and there shall be the same sureties which have been enacted in the former cases. But in his case, if he be convicted, the servants of the judges and the magistrates shall slay him at an appointed place, where 3 ways meet, and cast him naked out of the city, and all the magistrates, on behalf of the whole city, shall carry stones, and each of them shall cast a stone upon the head of the dead man, and deliver the city from pollution, and after that they shall bear him to the borders of the land, and throw him out unburied according to law. And what shall he suffer who slays him, who of all men is said to be nearest and dearest to him? I mean the suicide, who deprives himself by violence of his appointed share of life, not because the law of the state compels him, nor yet under the compulsion of some painful and inevitable fortune which has come upon him, nor because he has had to suffer from irremediable and intolerable shame, but who from indolence or cowardice imposes upon himself an unjust penalty. For him, what ceremonies there are to be of purification and burial, God knows, and about these the next of kin should inquire of the interpreters and of the laws, and do according to their injunctions. Those who meet their death in this way shall be buried alone, and none shall be laid by their side. They shall be buried ingloriously in the borders of the 12 portions of the land, in such places as are uncultivated and nameless, and no column or name shall mark the place of their interment. And if a beast of burden or other animal cause the death of anyone, except in the case of anything of that kind happening in the public contests, the kinsmen of the deceased shall prosecute the slayer for murder, and the wardens of the country, such and so many as the kinsmen appoint, shall try the cause, and let the beast, when condemned, be slain by them, and cast beyond the borders. And if any lifeless thing deprive a man of life, except in the case of a thunderbolt, or other fatal dart sent from the gods, whether a man is killed by lifeless objects falling upon him, or his falling upon them, the nearest of kin shall appoint the nearest neighbour to be a judge, and thereby acquit himself and the whole family of guilt, and he shall cast forth the guilty thing beyond the border, as has been said about the animals. If a man is found dead, and his murderer be unknown, and after a diligent search cannot be detected, there shall be the same proclamation as in the previous cases, and the same interdict on the murderer, and they shall proceed against him, and announce in the agora that he who has slain such and such a person, and has been convicted of murder, shall not set his foot in the temples, nor at all in the country of the murdered man. And if he appears and is discovered, he shall die, and be cast forth unburied beyond the border. Let us enact this, which shall be one of our laws about murder. Enough of murder. And now let the cases in and for which the murderer may be rightly deemed pure be recited. If a man catch a thief coming into his house by night to steal, and he take him and kill him, or if he slay a footpad in self-defense, he shall be guiltless, and anyone who does violence to a free woman or a youth shall be slain with impunity by the injured person, or by his or her father, or brothers or sons. If a man find his wife suffering violence, he may kill the violator, and be guiltless in the eye of the law. Or if a person, in warding off death from his father, who is doing no wrong, or from his mother or children, or brethren or wife, kill another, he shall assuredly be guiltless. Thus much as to the nurture and education of the living soul of man, with which he can live, and without which, if he unfortunately be without them, he cannot live, and also concerning the punishments which are to be inflicted for violent deaths. Let thus much be enacted. Of the nurture and education of the body we have spoken before, and now we have to speak of deeds of violence, voluntary and involuntary, which men do to one another. These we will distinguish according to their nature and number, and determine what will be the suitable penalties of each. This appears to be their proper place in the series of our enactments. The poorest legislator will have no difficulty in determining that wounds and mutilations arising out of wounds should follow next in order after deaths. Let wounds be divided, as homicides were divided, into those which are involuntary, and which are given in passion, or from fear, and those which are voluntary and premeditated acts. Concerning all this we must make some such proclamation as the following. Mankind must have laws, and conform to them, or their life would be as bad as that of the most savage beast. And the reason of this is, that no man's nature is able to know what is best for the social state of man, or, knowing, always able to do what is best. In the first place, there is a difficulty in apprehending that the true art of politics is concerned, not with private, but with public good. For public good binds together states, but private only distracts them. Nor do men always see that the gain is greater both to the individual and the state, when the state and not the individual is first considered. In the second place, even if a person know, as a matter of science, that this is the truth, but is possessed of absolute and irresponsible power, he will never be able to abide in this principle, or to persist in regarding the public good as primary in the state, and the private good as secondary. Human nature will be always drawing him into avarice and selfishness, avoiding pain and pursuing pleasure without any reason, and will bring these to the front, observing the juster and better, and so, working darkness in his soul, will at last fill with evils both him and the whole city. For if in the order of nature, and by divine destiny, a man were able to apprehend the truth about these things, he would have no need of laws to rule over him. For there is no law or order which is above knowledge, nor can mind, without impiety be deemed the subject or slave of any man, but rather the lord of all. I speak of mind, true and free, and in harmony with nature. But then there is no such mind anywhere, or at least not much, and therefore we must choose the second best, which is law and order. Yet these look at things as they exist for the most part only, and are unable to survey the whole of them. I have told you my reason for saying this. And now we will determine what penalty he ought to pay or suffer who has hurt or wounded another. Anyone may easily imagine the questions which ought to be asked. What did he wound, or whom, or how, or when? For there are innumerable particulars of this sort, which greatly vary from one another. And to allow courts of law to determine all these things, or not to determine any of them, is alike impossible. There is one particular which they must determine in all cases, the question of fact, and then again that the legislator should not permit them to determine what punishment is to be inflicted in any of these cases, but should himself decide about all of them, small or great, is next to impossible. Clinias. Then what is to be the inference? Athenian stranger. The inference is that some things should be left to courts of law, and the others the legislator must decide for himself. Clinias. And what ought the legislator to decide? And what ought he to leave to the courts of law to decide? Athenian stranger. I may reply that in a state in which the courts are bad and mute, and decide causes secretly and clandestinely, or, what is worse, when they are disorderly and noisy, as in a theatre, clapping or hooting in turn this or that orator, I say that where this is the case, there arises a very serious evil which affects the whole state. Unfortunate is the necessity of having to legislate for such courts, but where the necessity exists, the legislator should only allow them to ordain the penalties for the smallest offences. If the state for which he is legislating be of this character, he must take most matters into his own hands, and speak distinctly. But when a state has good courts, and the judges are well trained and scrupulously tested, the determination of the penalties or punishments which shall be inflicted on the guilty may fairly and with advantage be left to them. And we are not to be blamed for not legislating concerning all that large class of matters, which judges, far worse educated than they are in our state, would be able to determine, assigning to each offence the due proportion of wrong done and suffered. They are skilful judges for whom we are legislating, and therefore to them the greater part may be left. At the same time, as I have often said, we should exhibit to the judges, as we have done, the outline and form of the punishments to be inflicted, and then they will not transgress the just rule. That was an excellent practice which we observed before, and now that we are resuming the work of legislation, may with advantage be repeated by us. Let the enactment about wounding be in the following terms. If any one has a purpose and intention to slay another who is not his enemy, and whom the law does not permit him to slay, and he wounds him but is unable to kill him, he who had the intent and has wounded him is not to be pitied. As a murderer he is to be regarded and indicted for the crime of murder, and nothing else. Still, having respect to the fortune which has in a manner favoured him, and to the Providence who in pity to him, and to the wounded man saved the one from a fatal blow, and to the other from an accursed fate and calamity, as a thank-offering to this deity, and in order not to oppose his will, in such a case the law will remit the punishment of death, and only compel the offender to emigrate to a neighbouring city during his life, where he shall remain in the enjoyment of all his possessions. But if he have injured the wounded man, he shall make such compensation for the injury as the court deciding the cause shall assess, and the same judges shall decide who would have decided if the man had died of his wounds. And if a child intentionally wound his parents, or a servant his master, death shall be the penalty. And if a brother or a sister intentionally wound a brother or a sister, and is found guilty, death shall be the penalty. And if a husband wound a wife, or a wife a husband, with intent to kill, let him or her undergo perpetual exile. If they have sons or daughters who are still young, the guardians shall take care of their property, and have charge of the children as orphans. If their sons are grown up, they shall be under no obligation to support the exiled parent, but they shall possess the property themselves. And if he who meets with such a misfortune has no children, his kindred, to the degree of sons of cousins of the exiled man, both on the male and female side, shall meet together, and, after consulting with the guardians and the priests, shall appoint a 5,040th citizen to be the heir of the house, considering and reasoning that no house of the 5,040 belongs to the inhabitant or to the whole family, in the same sense as it is the public and private property of the state. Now, the state should seek to have its houses as holy and happy as possible. And if any one of the houses be unfortunate and stained with impiety, and the heir leave no posterity, and dies unmarried, or married and childless, having suffered death as the penalty of murder, or some other crime committed against the gods, or against his fellow citizens, of which death is the penalty distinctly laid down in the law, or if any of the citizens be in perpetual exile, and also childless, that house shall first of all be purified, and undergo expiation according to law, and then let the kinsmen of the house, as we were just now saying, and the guardians of the law, meet and consider what family there is in the state which is of the highest repute for virtue, and also for good fortune, in which there are a number of sons, and let them adopt one of them, and introduce him to the father and forefathers of the dead man, and call him their son, for the sake of the omen, that he may be the continuer of their family, the keeper of their hearth, and the minister of their property and sacred rights, with better fortune than his father had. And when they have made this supplication, they shall make him heir according to law, and the offending person they shall leave nameless and childless and portionless, when calamities such as these overtake him. Now, there is not in all things a limit which touches limit. Many things have a common boundary which is betwixt and between them. And we were saying that what is done from passion is of this nature, and is in a mean between the voluntary and involuntary. If a person be convicted of having inflicted wounds in a passion, in the first place he shall pay twice the amount of the injury, if the wound be curable, or if incurable, 4 times the amount of the injury. Or if the wound be curable, and at the same time cause great and notable disgrace to the wounded person, he shall pay 4-fold. And in case any one in wounding another injures not only the sufferer, but also the city, and makes him incapable of defending his country against the enemy, he, besides the other penalties, shall pay a penalty for the loss which the state has incurred. And the penalty shall be that in addition to his own times of service, he shall serve on behalf of the disabled person, and shall take his place in war. Or, if he refuse, he shall be liable to be convicted by law of deserting his duty. The amount of the injury, whether to be paid twofold, or threefold, or fourfold, shall be fixed by the judges who convict him. And if, in like manner, a brother wounds a brother, the parents and kindred of either sex, including the children of cousins, whether on the male or female side, shall meet, and when they have judged the cause, they shall entrust the assessment of damages to the parents, who are the natural persons to determine. And if the estimate be disputed, then the arbitrators on the male side shall make the estimate, or if they cannot, they shall commit the matter to the guardians of the law. And when similar charges of wounding are brought by children against their parents, those who are more than 60 years of age, having children of their own, and not adopted, shall be required to decide. And if any one is convicted, they shall determine whether he ought to die, or suffer some other punishment, either greater than this, or, at any rate, not much less. None of the kinsmen of the offender shall be allowed to judge the cause, not even if he be of the age permitted by the law. If a slave, in a fit of anger, wound a free man, the owner of the slave shall give him up to the wounded man, who may do as he pleases with him, and if he do not give him up, he shall make good the injury. And if any one says that the slave and the wounded man are conspiring together, let him argue the point, and if he is cast, he shall pay the injury 3 times over. But if he convict the other two, the free man who conspired with the slave shall be liable to be made a slave. And if any one unintentionally wounds another, he shall simply pay for the harm, for no legislator is able to control chance. In his case, the judges shall be the same as those who are appointed in the case of children and their parents, and they shall estimate the amount of the injury. All the preceding injuries, and every kind of assault, are deeds of violence, and every man, woman, or child ought to consider that the elder has the precedence of the younger in honor, both among the gods and also among men who would live happily. Wherefore it is a foul thing and hateful to the gods to see an elder man assaulted by a younger in the city. And it is reasonable that a young man, when struck by an elder, should lightly endure his anger, laying up in store for himself a like honor when he is old. Let this be the law. Every one shall reverence his elder in word and deed. He shall respect any one who is 20 years older than himself, whether male or female, regarding him or her as his father or mother, and he shall abstain from laying hands on any one who is of an age to have been his father or his mother, as a tribute to the gods who preside over birth. And in like manner he shall abstain from a stranger, whether he be an old inhabitant or newly arrived. He shall not venture to correct such a one by blows, either as the aggressor or in self-defense. If he thinks that some stranger has struck him out of wantonness or insolence, and ought to be punished, he shall take him to the wardens of the city, but let him not strike him, that he may be kept far away from the possibility of lifting up his hand against a citizen, and let the wardens of the city take the offender and examine him, not forgetting their duty to the God of strangers, and, in case the stranger appear to have struck the citizen unjustly, let them inflict upon him as many blows as he has himself inflicted, and quell his insolence. But if he have done no wrong, then they shall threaten and rebuke the accuser, and let them both go. If a person strike another of the same age, or somewhat older than himself, who has no children, whether he be an old man who strikes an old man, or a young man who strikes a young man, let him defend himself in the natural way, without a weapon, and with his hands only. He who, being more than 40 years of age, dares to fight with another, whether he be the aggressor or in self-defense, shall be regarded as rude and ill-mannered and slavish. This will be a disgraceful punishment, and therefore suitable to him. The obedient nature will readily yield to such exhortations, but the disobedient, who heeds not the prelude, shall have the law ready for him. If any man smites another who is older than himself, either by 20 or by more years, in the first place, he who meets him, not being younger than the combatants, or their equal in age, shall separate them, or be disgraced according to law. But if he be the equal in age of the person who is struck, or younger, he shall defend the person injured as he would a brother, or father, or still older relative. Further, let him who dares to smite an elder be tried for assault, as I have said, and if he be found guilty, let him be imprisoned for a period of not less than a year, or for a longer period, at the pleasure of the judges. But if a stranger or a metic smite one who is older by 20 years or more, the same law shall hold about the bystanders assisting, and he who is found guilty in such a suit, if he be a stranger and not a sojourner, shall be imprisoned during a period of 2 years. And let him who is a metic and disobeys the laws be imprisoned for 3 years, unless the court assign him a longer time of punishment. And let him who was present in any of these cases, and did not assist according to law, be punished. If he be of the highest class, by paying a fine of a mina, or if he be of the second class, of 50 drachmas, or if of the third class, by a fine of 30 drachmas, or if he be of the fourth class, by a fine of 20 drachmas, and the generals, and taxiarchs, and phylarchs, and hipparchs shall form the court in such cases. Laws are partly framed for the sake of good men, in order to instruct them how they may live on friendly terms with one another, and partly for the sake of those who refuse to be instructed, whose spirit cannot be subdued, or softened, or hindered from going to all evil. These are the persons who cause the word to be spoken which I am about to utter. For them the legislator legislates of necessity, and in the hope that there may be no need of his laws. He who shall dare to lay violent hands upon his father or mother, or any still older relative, having no fear either of the wrath of the gods above, or of the punishments that are spoken of in the world below, but transgresses in contempt of ancient and universal tradition, as though he knew what he does not know, requires some extreme measure of prevention. Now, death is not the worst that can happen to men. Far worse are the punishments which are said to pursue them in the world below. But although they are most true tales, they work on such souls no prevention. For if they had any effect, there would be no slayers of mothers, or impious hands lifted up against parents, and therefore the punishments of this world, which are inflicted during life, ought not in such cases to fall short, if possible, of the terrors of the world below. Let our enactment, then, be as follows. If a man dare to strike his father or his mother, or their fathers or mothers, he being at the time of sound mind, in the first place, any chance person, as has been already said, shall be required to come to the rescue, and the metic, or stranger who comes to the rescue, shall be called to the first place in the games, and if he do not come to the rescue, he shall suffer the punishment of perpetual exile. He who is not a metic, if he comes to the rescue, shall have praise, and if he do not come, blame. And if a slave come to the rescue, let him be made free. But if he do not come to the rescue, let him receive 100 strokes of the whip, by order of the wardens of the agora, if the occurrence takes place in the agora. Or if in any place in the city, the wardens of the city who are present shall punish him. Or if in the country, then the chief officers of the wardens of the country. And if the person present be a native of the land, whether he be a youth, or man, or woman, let him come to the rescue, and call upon the impious offender by name. And he who does not come to the rescue shall fall under the curse of Zeus, the god of kindred and of ancestry, according to law. And if any one is found guilty of assaulting a parent, let him in the first place be for ever banished from the city into the country, and let him abstain from all sacred rites. And if he do not abstain, the wardens of the country shall punish him with blows, or in any way which they please. And if he return, he shall be put to death. And if any free man eat or drink, or have any other sort of intercourse with him, or only meeting him has voluntarily touched him, he shall not enter into any temple, nor into the agora, nor into the city, until he be purified, for he should consider that he has become a partaker of a fatal crime. And if he disobey the law, and pollute the city and the temples contrary to law, the magistrate who sees him and does not indict him, when he gives an account of his magistracy, shall be liable to the heaviest charges in this particular. If a slave strike a free man, whether a stranger or a citizen, let any one who is present come to the rescue, or pay the penalty already mentioned, and let those who are standing by in company with the wounded man bind him, and deliver him up to the injured person, and he, receiving him, shall bind him in chains, and inflict on him as many stripes as he pleases. But, having punished him, he must surrender him to his master according to law, and not deprive him of his property. Let the law be as follows. The slave who strikes a free man, not at the command of the magistrates, his owner, shall receive bound from the man whom he has stricken, and not release him until the slave has persuaded the man whom he has stricken that he ought to be released and live. And let there be the same laws about women in relation to women, and about men and women in relation to one another. End of Book 9. Recording in memory of Mitchell Edwards. Part 1 of Book 10 of Laws by Plato, translated by Benjamin Jowett. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Jeffrey Edwards. Part 1 of Book 10. And now, having spoken of assaults, let us sum up all acts of violence under a single law, which shall be as follows. No one shall take or carry away any of his neighbour's goods, neither shall he use anything which is his neighbour's without the consent of the owner, for these are the offences which are, and have been, and will ever be, the source of all the aforesaid evils. The greatest of them are excesses and insolences of youth, and are offences against the greatest when they are done against religion, and especially great when in violation of public and holy rites, or of those in which tribes and phratries partake, and in the second degree great when they are committed against private rites and sepulchres, and in the third degree, not to repeat the acts formerly mentioned, when insults are offered to parents. The fourth kind of violence is when anyone, regardless of the authority of the rulers, takes or carries away, or makes use of anything which belongs to them, not having their consent. And the fifth kind is when the violation of the civil rights of individual citizens invites retaliation. There should be a common law embracing all these cases, for we have already said in general terms what shall be the punishment of sacrilege, whether fraudulent or violent, and now we have to determine what is to be the punishment of those who speak or act insolently toward the gods. But first we must give them an admonition, which may be in the following terms. No one ever intentionally did any unholy act, or uttered any unlawful word, retaining a belief in the existence of the gods, but he must have supposed one of three things: either that they did not exist, that is the first possibility, or secondly, that if they did, they took no care of man, or thirdly, that they were easily appeased by sacrifices, or turned from their course by prayers. Clinias. What shall we say or do to these persons? Athenian stranger. My good friends, let us first hear the jests which I suspect that they in their superiority will utter against us. Clinias. What jests? Athenian stranger. They will make some provoking speech of this sort. O inhabitants of Athens, and Sparta, and Knossos, they will reply, in that you speak truly, for some of us deny the very existence of the gods, while others, as you say, are of opinion that they do not care about us, and others that they are turned from their course by gifts. Now, we have a right to claim, as you yourself allowed, in the matter of the laws, that before you are hard upon us and threaten us, you should argue with us and convince us. You should first attempt to teach and convince us that there are gods. Let that be shown to us by reasonable evidences, and also that they are too good to be unrighteous, or to be propitiated, or turned from their course by gifts. For when we hear these and like things said of them by those who are esteemed to be the best of poets and orators and prophets and priests, and innumerable others, the thoughts of most of us are not set upon abstaining from unrighteous acts, but upon doing them and making atonement for them. When lawgivers profess that they are gentle and not stern, we think that they should first of all use persuasion to us, and show us the existence of gods, if not in a better manner than other men, at any rate in a truer, and, who knows, but that we shall hearken to them. If then our request is a fair one, please to accept our challenge. Clinias. But is there any difficulty in proving the existence of the gods? Athenian stranger. How would you prove their existence? Clinias. How? In the first place, the earth, and the sun, and the stars, and the universe, and the fair order of the seasons, and the division of them into years and months, furnish proofs of their existence. And also there is the fact that all Hellenes and barbarians believe in them. Athenian stranger. I am afraid, my sweet friend, though I will not say I am ashamed, of the contempt with which the profane will be likely to assail us. For you do not understand the nature of their complaint, and fancy that their minds rush into impiety only from a love of sensual pleasure. Clinias. Why, stranger, what other reason is there? Athenian stranger. One which you who live in another part of the world would never guess. Clinias. What is that? Athenian stranger. A very grievous sort of ignorance, which is imagined to be the greatest wisdom. Clinias. What do you mean? Athenian stranger. At Athens there are tales preserved in writing, which the virtue of your state, as I am informed, refuses to admit. They speak of the gods in prose as well as verse, and the oldest of them tell of the origin of the heavens and the world. And as they proceed not far from the beginning, they narrate the birth of the gods, and how, after they were born, they behaved to one another. Whether these stories have a good or a bad influence, I should not like to be severe upon them, because they are ancient. But I must say that looking at them with reference to the duties of children to their parents, I cannot praise them, or think that they are useful, or at all true. Of the words of the ancients I have nothing more to say, and I should wish to say of them only what is pleasing to the God. But as to our younger generation and their wisdom, I cannot let them off when they do mischief. For do but mark the effect of their words, when you and I argue that there are gods, and produce the sun, moon, and stars as gods or divine beings. If we would listen to the aforesaid philosophers, we should say that they are earth and stones only, which can have no care at all of human affairs, and that all this is a cooking up of words, and a make-believe. Clinias. One such teacher, O stranger, would be bad enough, and you imply that there are many of them, which is worse. Athenian stranger. Well then, what shall we say or do? Shall we assume that some one is accusing us among unholy men, and that they, and not we, are the real defendants in the matter of legislation? They will say of us, how dreadful that we should legislate on the supposition that there are gods, and shall we make a defense? Or shall we leave them and return to our laws, lest the preamble should become longer than the law? For the discourse will certainly extend to great length, if we are to treat the impiously disposed as they desire, partly arguing with them as they demand, partly frightening them, or inspiring aversion in them, and then proceed to the requisite enactments. Clinias. Yes, stranger, but then how often have we repeated already that there is no reason why brevity should be preferred to length? For there is nobody to hurry us, and it would be paltry and ridiculous to prefer the shorter to the better. It is a matter of no small consequence that our reasons in proof of the assertion that there are gods, and that they are good, and regard justice more than men, should carry some sort of conviction with them. This would be the best and noblest preamble of all our laws, and therefore, without impatience, and without hurry, let us summon, as far as possible, all the power of persuasion which we possess, and unreservedly consider the whole matter. Athenian stranger. When I see you thus earnest, I feel impelled to offer up a prayer, and can no longer refrain. Tell me, I say, who can preserve calmness, having to speak of the existence of the gods? For he must hate and abhor the men who are, and have been the cause of these words of ours. I speak of those who will not believe the words which they have heard as babes and sucklings from their mothers and nurses, who used them as charms, both in jest and earnest, whom also they have heard and seen offering up sacrifices and prayers, sights and sounds delightful to children, of their parents sacrificing in the most earnest manner on behalf of them and of themselves, and with eager interest talking to the gods, and beseeching them as though they were firmly convinced of their existence. Moreover, they see and hear the genuflections and prostrations which are made by Hellenes and barbarians to the rising and setting sun and moon, in all the various turns of good and evil fortune, not as if they thought that there were no gods, but as if there could be no doubt of their existence, and no suspicion of their non-existence. When men, knowing all these things, despise them on no real grounds, as would be admitted by all who have any particle of intelligence, and when they force us to say what we are now saying, how can any one in gentle terms remonstrate with the like of them, when he has to begin by proving to them the very existence of the gods? Yet the attempt must be made, For it would be unseemly that one half of mankind should go mad with lust, and the other half in righteous indignation at them. Our address to these lost and perverted natures should not be spoken in passion. Let us suppose ourselves to select some one of them, and gently reason with him, smothering our anger. O my son, we say to him, you are young, and the advance of time will make you reverse many of the opinions which you now hold. Wait therefore until the time comes, and do not attempt to judge of high matters at present. And that is the highest of which you think nothing, to know the gods rightly, and to live accordingly. And in the first place, let me indicate to you one point which is of great importance, and of the truth of which I am quite certain. You and your friends are not the first to have held this opinion about the gods. There have always been persons, more or less numerous, who have had the same disorder. I have known many of them, and can tell you this, that no one who had taken up in youth this opinion, that the gods do not exist, ever continued in the same until he was old. The two other notions certainly do continue in some cases, but not in many. The notion, I mean, that the gods exist, but take no heed of human things, and also the notion that they do take heed of them, but are easily propitiated with sacrifices and prayers. What may be the true doctrine, if you are patient and take my advice, you will hereafter discover by the help of the legislator and of others. In the meantime, take heed lest you offend about the gods, for the duty of the legislator, now and always, will be to teach you the truth of these matters. Clinias. Your address, stranger, thus far, is excellent. Athenian stranger. Most true, Megillus and Clinias, but I am afraid that we have unconsciously lighted on a strange doctrine. Clinias. What doctrine do you mean? Athenian stranger. The wisest of all doctrines, in the opinion of many. Clinias. I wish that you would speak plainer. Athenian stranger. The doctrine that all things which are, or have been, or will be, exist, some by nature, some by art, and some by chance. Clinias. Is not that true? Athenian stranger. Well, philosophers are probably right. At any rate, we may as well follow in their track, and examine what is the meaning of them and their disciples. Clinias. By all means. Athenian stranger. They say that the greatest and fairest things are done by nature and chance, and the lesser by art, which receives from nature all the greater and primeval creations, and fashions them in detail, and these lesser works are generally termed artificial. Clinias. What do you and they mean? Athenian stranger. You will understand their meaning better if I take the elements as an example. They mean to say that fire and water and earth and air all exist by nature and chance, and not by art, and that as to the bodies which come next in order, earth and sun and moon and stars, they are created by the help of these absolutely inanimate existences, and that they are severally moved by chance and some inherent influence according to certain affinities of hot with cold, or of dry with moist, or of soft with hard, and other chance admixtures of opposites which have united of necessity, and that on this manner the whole heaven has been created, and all that is in the heaven, including animals and all plants, and that all the seasons come from these elements, not by the action of mind, as they say, or of any god, or from art, but, as I was saying, by nature and chance only, and that art sprang up after these and out of them, mortal and of mortal birth, and produced in play certain images, and very partial imitations of the truth, having an affinity to one another, such as music and painting create, and their companion arts. And there are other arts which have a serious purpose, and these cooperate with nature, such for example as medicine and husbandry and gymnastic, and they say that politics cooperate with nature, but in a less degree, and have more of art; also that legislation is entirely a work of art, and is based on assumptions which are not true. Clinias. How do you mean? Athenian stranger. In the first place, my dear friend, they would say that the gods exist neither by nature or by art, but only by the laws of states, which are different in different places, according to the agreement of those who make them, and that the honourable is one thing by nature, and another thing by law, and that the principles of justice have no existence at all in nature, but that mankind are always disputing about them, and altering them, and that the alterations which are made by art and by law have no basis in nature, but are of authority for the moment and at the time at which they are made. These, my friends, are the sayings of wise men, poets, and prose writers, which find a way into the minds of young men. They are told by them that the highest right is might, and in this way the young fall into impieties, under the idea that the gods are not such as the law bids them imagine them, and hence arise contentions, the philosophers inviting them to lead a true life according to nature, which is to live in real dominion over others, and not in legal subjection to them. Clinias. What a dreadful picture, stranger, have you given of young men, and how great is the injury which they inflict on states and families. Athenian stranger. True, Clinias, but then what should the lawgiver do when this evil is of long standing? Should he only rise up in the state and threaten all mankind, declaring that if they will not say and think that the gods are such as the law ordains, and this may be extended generally to the honourable, the just, and all other important principles which have to do with virtue and vice, he will insist on their actions conforming to the copy which the law gives them, and that he who will not submit to the established religion shall die, or suffer stripes and bonds, or privation of citizenship, or, in some cases, be punished by loss of property and exile. Should he not, rather, when he is making laws for men, at the same time infuse the spirit of persuasion into his words, in order to mitigate the severity of them as far as he can? Clinias. Why, stranger, if such persuasion be at all possible, then a legislator who has anything in him ought never to weary of persuading men. He ought to leave nothing unsaid in support of the ancient opinion that there are gods, and of all those other truths which you were just now mentioning. He ought to support the law, and also art, and acknowledge that both alike exist by nature, or by that which is not inferior to nature, if they are the creations of mind in accordance with right reason, as you appear to me to maintain. And I am disposed to agree with you in thinking. Athenian stranger. Yes, my enthusiastic Clinias. But are not these things, when spoken to a multitude, hard to be understood, not to mention that they take up a dismal length of time? Clinias. Why, stranger, shall we, whose patience failed not, when drinking or music were the themes of discourse, weary now of discoursing about the gods, and about divine things? and the greatest help to rational legislation is that laws, when once written down, are always at rest. They can be put to the test at any future time, and therefore, if on first hearing they seem difficult, there is no reason for apprehension about them, because any man, however dull, can understand them if he go over them often. Nor, if they are tedious but useful, is there any reason or religion in any man refusing to maintain this argument of ours to the utmost of his power. Megillus. I am of opinion, stranger, that Clinias is right in saying that. Athenian stranger. Yes, Megillus, and we should do as he proposes. For if impious discourses were not scattered, as I may say, throughout the world, there would have been no need of the argument in support of the existence of the gods. But seeing that they are spread far and wide, such arguments are needed, and who should come to the rescue of the greatest laws when they are being undermined by bad men, but the legislator himself? Megillus. There is no more proper champion of them. Athenian stranger. Well then, tell me, Clinias, for I must ask you to be my partner, does not he who talks in this way conceive fire, and water, and earth, and air to be the first elements of all things? These he calls nature, and out of these he supposes the soul to be formed afterwards. And this is not a vague suspicion of his, but he really means, and confidently asserts that this is the case. Clinias. Very true. Athenian stranger. Then, by heaven, we have discovered the source of this vain opinion of all those physical investigators, and I would have you examine them with the utmost care, for their impiety is a very serious matter. They not only make a bad and mistaken use of their dialectic, but they lead away the minds of others. That is my opinion of them. Clinias. Very true, but I should like to know in what way this happens. Athenian stranger. I am afraid that the argument might seem singular. Clinias. Do not hesitate, stranger. I see that you are afraid of such a discussion carrying you out of the limits of legislation. But if there be no other way of showing our agreement in the belief of the gods, whom the law is now said to approve, let us take this way, my good sir. Athenian stranger. Then I suppose that I must repeat the singular argument of those who manufacture the soul according to their own impious notions. They affirm that which is the first cause of the generation and destruction of all things to be not first, but last, and that which was last to be first, and hence they have fallen into error about the true nature of the gods. Clinias. Still, I do not understand you. Athenian stranger. Nearly all of them, my friends, seem to be ignorant of the nature and power of the soul, especially in what relates to her origin. They do not know that she is among the first of bodies, and before them all, and is the chief author of their changes and transpositions. And if this is true, and if the soul is older than the body, must not the things which are of the soul's kindred be of necessity before those which appertain to the body? Clinias. Certainly. Athenian stranger. Then thought and care, and mind and art, and law will be prior to that which is hard and soft, and heavy and light, and the great and primitive works and actions will be works of art. They will be the first, and after them will come nature and works of nature, which, however, is a wrong term to apply to them. These will follow, and be under the government of art and mind. Clinias. But why is the word nature wrong? Athenian stranger. because those who use the term mean to say that nature is the first creative power. But if the soul turn out to be the prime evil element, and not fire or air, then, in the truest sense, and beyond other things, the soul may be said to have a natural or creative power. And this would be true if you proved that the soul is older than the body, but not otherwise. Clinias. You are quite right. Athenian stranger. Shall we then, in the next place, proceed to consider this point? Clinias. By all means. Athenian stranger. I fear that we may be quite deceived, and that the greenness with which we let the argument escape us may ludicrously contrast with the ripeness of our ages. Who knows, but we may be aiming at the greater, and fail of attaining the lesser. Suppose that we three have to pass a rapid river, and I, being the youngest of the three, and experienced in rivers, have the duty thrown upon me of making the attempt first by myself, leaving you in safety on the bank. I am to examine whether the river is passable by older men like yourselves, and if such appears to be the case, then I will invite you to follow, and help you across by my knowledge. But if the river is impassable by you, then I shall have had all the danger myself. Does not that seem to be a very fair proposal? I mean to say that the argument in prospect is likely to be too violent, and indeed almost impassable to men of your dialectical powers, and I should be afraid that the stream of questions addressed to you might create in you, who are unaccustomed to be questioned, giddiness and confusion of mind, and hence a feeling of unpleasantness and unsuitableness might arise. I think, therefore, that I had better first ask and answer the questions myself, while you listen in safety. In that way I can carry on the argument until I have completed the proof that the soul is prior to the body. Clinias. Excellent stranger, and I hope that you will do as you propose. Athenian stranger. Come then, and if we are to call upon the gods, let us call upon them now, in all seriousness, to come to the demonstration of their own existence, and so, holding fast to the rope, we will venture upon the depths of the argument. When questions of this sort are asked of me, my safest answer would appear to be as follows. Someone says to me, quote, O stranger, are all things in rest and nothing in motion, or is the exact opposite of this true, or are some things in motion and others at rest? Close quote. To this I shall reply that some are in motion and others at rest. Quote, and do not things which move in place, and are not the things which are at rest in place? Close quote. Certainly. Quote, and some move in one place, and some in more places than one? Close quote. You mean to say, we shall rejoin, that those things which rest on a centre move in the same place, like revolving circles, which are said not to move? Quotes, yes. And we observe that in the revolution, the motion which carries round the larger and the lesser circle at the same time is proportionally distributed to greater and smaller, and is greater and smaller in a certain proportion? And this is a source of infinite wonder, that the same motion should impart swiftness and slowness in due accord to larger and lesser circles, and is a sort of phenomenon seemingly impossible. Quote, that is very true. Close quote. And when you speak of bodies moving in many places, you seem to me to mean those which move from one place to another, and sometimes have one centre of motion, and sometimes several, in the course of their revolutions, and sometimes impinging upon each other, they come against bodies which are at rest, and are divided by them, and meeting other bodies, which are coming violently from an opposite direction, unite with them and interpenetrate them. Quote, I admit the truth of this. Close quote. Also, when they unite they grow, and when they are divided they waste away. That is supposing the constitution of each to remain, or if that fails, then there is a second reason of their dissolution. Quote, and how are things affected when they are created? Close quote. Clearly, they are created when the principle of motion receives increase and attains the second dimension, and from this arrives at the one which is neighbour to this, and after reaching the third, becomes perceptible to sense. Everything which is thus changing and moving is in process of generation, and has real existence only when at rest, but when passing into another state is destroyed utterly. Have we not mentioned all the kinds of motion, and by the help of number comprehended them under their kinds, with the exception, my friends, of two? Clinias. Which are they? Athenian stranger. Just the two, my good friends, with which our present inquiry is concerned. Clinias. Speak plainer. Athenian stranger. I suppose that our inquiry has reference to the soul? Clinias. Very true. Athenian stranger. Let us assume that there is a motion able to move other things, but not to move itself. That is one kind, and there is another kind which can move itself as well as other things, working in composition and decomposition, by increase and diminution, and generation and destruction. That is also one of the many kinds of motion. Clinias. Let us suppose that. Athenian stranger. And we will assume that which moves other, and is changed by other, to be the ninth, and that which changes itself and others, and has a place in every action, and in every passion, and is the true principle of change in all that truly is, that we shall be inclined to call the tenth. Clinias. Certainly. Athenian stranger. And which of these 10 motions ought we to prefer as being the mightiest and most efficient? Clinias. I must say that the motion which is able to move itself is 10,000 times superior to all the others. Athenian stranger. Very good, but may I make 1 or 2 corrections in what I have been saying? Clinias. What are they? Athenian stranger. When I spoke of the 10th sort of motion, that was not quite correct. Clinias. What was the error? Athenian stranger. According to the true order, the 10th was really the first in generation and power. Then follows the second, which was improperly termed the 9th by us. Clinias. What do you mean? Athenian stranger. I mean this. When one thing moves another, and that another, will there be any primary changing element? Can there be, considering that what changes first will always have been changed by another? There cannot. And when the self-moved changes other, and that again other, and thus thousands upon tens of thousands of bodies are set in motion, must not the beginning of all this motion be the change of the self-moving principle? Clinias. Very true, and I quite agree. Athenian stranger. Or, to put the question in another way, if, as most of these philosophers have the audacity to affirm, all things were at rest in one mass, which of the above-mentioned principles of motion would first spring up among them? Clinias. Clearly the self-moving, for there could be no change in them arising out of any external cause, if there had been no previous change in themselves. Athenian stranger. Then we must say that self-motion, being the origin and beginning of motion, as well among things at rest as among things in motion, is the eldest and mightiest principle of change, and that which is changed by another, and yet moves other, is second. Clinias. That is very true. Athenian stranger. At this stage of the argument, let us put a question. Clinias. What question? Athenian stranger. If I were to see this power existing in any earthy, watery, or fiery substance, simple or compound, what should I say that the power is? Clinias. You mean to ask whether I should call the self-moving power life? Athenian stranger. I do. Clinias. Yes, I certainly should. Athenian stranger. And when we see soul in anything, must we not do the same? Must we not admit that this is life? Clinias. We must. Athenian stranger. And now, I beseech you, reflect. You would admit that we have a threefold knowledge of things? Clinias. What do you mean? Athenian stranger. I mean that we know the essence, and that we know the definition of the essence, and the name. These are the three, and there are two more questions which may be raised about anything. Clinias. How two? Athenian stranger. Sometimes a person may give the name, and ask the definition, or he may give the definition, and ask the name. I may illustrate what I mean in this way. Clinias. How? Athenian stranger. Number, like other things, is capable of being divided into equal parts. When thus divided, number is termed even, and the definition of the term even is number divisible into two equal parts. Clinias. True. Athenian stranger. I mean to say that when we are asked about the definition and give the name, or when we are asked about the name and give the definition, in either case we are dividing number in two equal parts, and the name and definition of even have the same import. Clinias. Quite true. Athenian stranger. And what is the definition of that which is named soul? Can we conceive of any other than that which has been already given, the motion which is self-moved? Clinias. You mean to say that the essence which is defined as the self-moved is identical with that which we call soul? Athenian stranger. Yes, and if this is true, do we still maintain that there is anything wanting in the proof that the soul is the first origin and moving power of all that is, or has been, or will be, and their contraries, when she has been clearly shown to be the source of change and motion in all things? Clinias. Certainly not. The soul, as being the source of motion, has been most satisfactorily shown to be the oldest of all things. Athenian stranger. And is not that motion which takes place in another, or by reason of another, but never has any self-moving power at all, being in truth the change of an inanimate body, to be reckoned in the second degree, or in any lower degree which you may prefer? Clinias. Very true. Athenian stranger. Then we are right, and speak the most perfect and absolute truth, when we say that the soul is prior to the body, and that the body is second and comes afterwards, and is born to obey the soul, which is the ruler. Clinias. That is very true. End of Part 1 of Book 10. Recording in memory of Mitchell Edwards. Part 2 of Book 10 of Laws by Plato, translated by Benjamin Jowett. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Jeffrey Edwards. Part 2 of Book 10. Athenian Stranger. Do you remember our old admission that if the soul was prior to the body, the things of the soul were also prior to those of the body? Clinias. Certainly. Athenian Stranger. And characters, and manners, and wishes, and reasonings, and true opinions, and reflections, and recollections are prior to length, and breadth, and depth, and strength of bodies, if the soul is prior to the body. Clinias. Of course. Athenian Stranger. In the next place, must we not, of necessity, admit that the soul is the cause of good and evil, base and honourable, just and unjust, and of all other opposites, if we suppose her to be the cause of all things? Clinias. Certainly. Athenian Stranger. And as the soul orders and inhabits all things moving every way, must we not say that she orders also the heavens? Clinias. Of course. Athenian Stranger. One soul or more? More than one. I will answer for you. At any rate, we must not suppose that there are less than two, one the author of good, and the other of evil. Clinias. Very true. Athenian Stranger. Yes, very true. The soul then directs all things in heaven and earth and sea by her movements, and these are described by the terms will, consideration, attention, deliberation, opinion true and false, joy and sorrow, confidence, fear, hatred, contentment, and other primary motions akin to these, which again receive the secondary motions of corporate substances, and guide all things to growth and decay, to composition and decomposition, and to the qualities which accompany them, such as heat and cold, heaviness and lightness, hardness and softness, blackness and whiteness, bitterness and sweetness, and all those other qualities which the soul uses, herself a goddess, when truly receiving the divine mind and disciplining all things rightly to their happiness, but when the companion of folly, doing the very contrary of all this. Shall we assume this, or do we still entertain doubts? Clinias. There is no room at all for doubt. Athenian Stranger. Shall we say then that soul is the nature which controls heaven and earth, and the whole circumference, the principle of wisdom and virtue, or that which has neither wisdom nor virtue? Suppose that we make answer as follows. Clinias. How would you answer? Athenian Stranger. If, my friend, we say that the whole path of heaven, and the movement of all that is therein, is by nature akin to the movement and revolution and calculation of mind, and proceeds by kindred laws, then, as is plain, we must say that the best soul takes care of the world, and guides it along the good path. Clinias. True. Athenian Stranger. But when the world moves wildly and irregularly, then the evil soul guides it. Clinias. That again is true. Athenian Stranger. Of what nature is the movement of mind? That is indeed a hard question, my friends, to determine wisely, and therefore I ought to assist you in framing the answer. Clinias. Very good. Athenian Stranger. Then let us not answer as if we would look right at the sun, making ourselves darkness from excess of light. I mean, as if we were under the impression that we could see with mortal eyes, or know adequately the nature of mind. It will be safer to look at the image only. Clinias. What do you mean? Athenian stranger. Let us select of the 10 motions the one which mind chiefly resembles. This I will bring to your recollection, and will then request you to assist me in giving the answer. Clinias. That will be excellent. Athenian stranger. You will surely remember our saying that all things were either at rest or in motion. Clinias. Yes. Athenian stranger. And that of things in motion, some were moving in one place, and others in more than one. Clinias. That is true. Athenian stranger. Of these 2 kinds of motion, that which moves in one place must move about a centre after the manner of a top, and is most entirely akin and similar to the circular movement of mind. Clinias. What do you mean? Athenian stranger. In saying that both mind and the motion which is in one place move in the same and like manner, in and about the same, and in relation to the same, and according to one law and order, and are like the motion of a top, we invented a fair image, which did no discredit to our ingenuity. Clinias. That is very true. Athenian stranger. And the motion of the other sort, which is not after the same manner, nor in the same, nor about the same, nor in relation to the same, nor in one place, nor in order, nor according to any rule or proportion, may be said to be akin to senselessness and folly. Clinias. That is most true. Athenian stranger. Then, after what has been said, there is no difficulty in distinctly stating that since soul carries all things round, either the best soul or the contrary must of necessity carry round, and order and arrange the revolution of the heaven. Clinias. And, judging from what has been said, stranger, there would be impiety in asserting that any but the most perfect soul or souls carries round the heavens. Athenian stranger. You have understood my meaning right well, Clinias, and now let me ask you another question. Clinias. What are you going to ask? Athenian stranger. If the soul carries round the sun and moon and the other stars, does she not carry round each individual of them? Clinias. Certainly. Athenian stranger. Then of one of them let us speak, and the same argument will apply to all. Clinias. Which will you take? Athenian stranger. Everyone sees the body of the sun, but no one sees his soul, nor the soul of any other body, living or dead. And yet there is great reason to believe that this nature, unperceived by any of our senses, is circumfused around them all, but is apprehended by mind only, and only by reflection do we ascertain what I am about to mention. Clinias. What is that? Athenian stranger. If the soul carries round the sun, we shall not be far wrong in supposing one of 3 alternatives. Clinias. What are they? Athenian stranger. Either the soul, which moves the sun this way and that, resides within the circular and visible body, just as the soul in us carries us about every way, or the soul provides herself with an external body of fire or air, as some affirm, and violently propels body by body, or, thirdly, being incorporeal, she has some extraordinary and wonderful guiding power. Clinias. Yes, certainly, the soul can only order all things in one of these three ways. Athenian stranger. And this soul of the sun, which is therefore better than the sun, whether taking the sun about in a chariot to give light to men, or acting from without, or in whatever way, ought by every man to be deemed a god. Clinias. Yes, by every man who has the least particle of sense. Athenian stranger. And of the stars too, and of the moon, and the years, and months, and seasons, must we not say in like manner, that since a soul, or souls, are the causes of all of them having every sort of excellence, those souls are divine, whether they are living beings and reside in bodies, and in this way order the whole heaven, or whatever be the place and mode of their existence? And will any one who admits all this venture to deny that all things are full of gods? Clinias. No one, stranger, would be such a madman as to do that. Athenian stranger. And now, Megillus and Clinias, let us offer an alternative to him who has hitherto denied the existence of the gods, and leave him. Clinias. What alternative? Athenian stranger. Either he shall teach us that we were wrong in saying that the soul is the original of all things, and what followed upon this, or, if he be not able to say anything better, then he must yield to us and live for the remainder of his life in the belief that there are gods. Let us see then whether we have said enough, or not enough, to those who deny that there are gods. Clinias. Certainly, quite enough, stranger. Athenian stranger. Then we will say no more to them. And now we are to address him who, believing that there are gods, believes also that they take no heed of human affairs. O thou best of men, this is what we will say to him. In believing that there are gods, you are led by some affinity to them, which attracts you towards your kindred, and makes you honor and believe in them. But the fortunes of evil and unrighteous men in private, as well as public life, which, though not really happy, are wrongly counted happy in the judgment of men, and are sung or spoken of by poets and prose writers, draw you aside from your natural piety. Perhaps you have seen impious men growing old and leaving their children's children in high offices, and that shakes your faith. You have known or heard or been yourself an eyewitness of many monstrous impieties, and have beheld men, by these criminal means, from small beginnings, reaching the pinnacle of greatness, and, considering all these things, you do not like to accuse the gods of them, because they are your relatives. And so, from some want of reasoning power, and also from an unwillingness to find fault with them, you are led to believe that they exist indeed, but have no thought or care of human things. Now, that your present evil opinion may not grow to still greater impiety, and that we may, if possible, use arguments which may drive away the pollution of error, we will add another argument to that which we address to him who utterly denied the existence of the gods. And do you, Megillus and Clinias, answer for the young man, as you did before, and if any difficulty arises in the course of the argument, I will take the word out of your mouths, and carry you over the river, as I did before. Clinias. Very good. Do as you say, and we will help you as well as we can. Athenian stranger. There will surely be no difficulty in proving to him that the gods care about the small, as well as about the great. For he was present and heard what was said, that they are perfectly good, and that the care of all things is most entirely natural to them. Clinias. He certainly heard that. Athenian stranger, let us consider together, in the next place, what we mean by this virtue which we ascribe to them. Surely we should say that to possess mind belongs to virtue, and the contrary to vice. Clinias, certainly. Athenian stranger, yes, and courage is a part of virtue, and cowardice of vice? Clinias, true. Athenian stranger, and the one is dishonorable, and the other honorable. Clinias, to be sure. Athenian stranger, and the one, like other meaner things, is a human quality, but the gods have no part in anything of the sort. Clinias, no one will deny that. Athenian stranger, but do we imagine carelessness and idleness and luxury to be virtues? What do you think? Clinias, certainly not. Athenian stranger, they rank under the opposite class? Clinias, yes. Athenian stranger, and their opposites would fall under the opposite class? Clinias, yes. Athenian stranger, but can we suppose that one who takes care of great and small will be luxurious and heedless and idle, like those whom the poet compares to stingless drones? Clinias, and the comparison is a most just one. Athenian stranger, surely God must not be supposed to have a nature which he himself hates, and if anyone dares to say anything of that sort, he must not be allowed for a moment. Clinias, he must not, of course not. Athenian stranger, should we not on any principle be entirely mistaken in praising anyone who has some special business entrusted to him, he having a mind which takes care of great matters and no care of small ones? Reflect. He who acts in this way, whether he be God or man, must act from one of two principles. Clinias, what are they? Athenian stranger, either he must think that the neglect of the small matters is of no consequence to the whole, or if they are of consequence, and he neglects them, his conduct must be attributed to carelessness and indolence. Is there any other way in which his neglect can be explained? For, surely, he will not neglect anything, whether small or great, from any impossibility of taking care of all, or be careless about those things of which an inferior being, who has not the power, whether God or man, might be unable to take care. Clinias, impossible. Athenian stranger, now then, let us examine the offenders, who both alike confess that there are gods, but with a difference, the one saying that they may be appeased, and the other that they have no care of small matters. There are 3 of us, and 2 of them, and we will say to them, in the first place, you both acknowledge that the gods hear, and see, and know all things, and that nothing can escape them, which is matter of sense and knowledge. Do you admit this? Clinias, yes. Athenian stranger, and do you admit also that they have all power which mortals and immortals can have? Clinias, they will of course admit this also. Athenian stranger, and surely we 3 and they 2, 5 in all, have acknowledged that they are good and perfect. Clinias, assuredly. Athenian stranger, but if they are such as we conceive them to be, can we possibly suppose that they ever act in the spirit of carelessness and indolence? For in us inactivity is the child of cowardice, and carelessness of inactivity and indolence. Clinias, most true. Athenian stranger, then not from inactivity and carelessness is any god ever negligent, for he has no cowardice in him. Clinias, that is very true. Athenian stranger, then the alternative which remains is, that if the gods neglect the lighter and lesser concerns of the universe, they neglect them because they know that they ought not to care about such matters. What other alternative is there, but that they have no knowledge? Clinias. There is none. Athenian stranger. And, O most excellent and best of men, do I understand you to mean that they are ignorant, and do not know that they ought to take care, or that they know, and yet, like the meanest sort of men, knowing the better, choose the worse, because they are overcome by pleasures and pains? Clinias. Impossible. Athenian stranger. Do not all human things partake of the nature of soul? And is not man the most religious of all animals? Clinias. That is certainly true. Athenian stranger. Surely we say that all mortal creatures are the property of the gods, to whom also the whole of heaven belongs. Clinias. Certainly. Athenian stranger. And now, whether a person says that these things to the gods are great or small, in either case the gods, who own us, and who are the most careful, and the best of owners, are not likely to neglect us. There is also a further consideration. Clinias. What is that? Athenian stranger. Sensation and power are in an inverse ratio to each other in respect to their ease and difficulty. Clinias. What do you mean? Athenian stranger. I mean that there is greater difficulty in seeing and hearing the small than the great, but more facility in moving them and controlling them and taking care of them than of their opposites. Clinias. Far more. Athenian stranger. Suppose the case of a physician who is willing and able to cure some living thing as a whole. How will the whole fare at his hands if he takes care only of the greater and neglects the lesser? Clinias. Certainly not well. Athenian stranger. No better would be the result with pilots or generals or householders or statesmen or any other class, if they neglected the small and regarded only the great. As the builders say, the larger stones do not lie well without the lesser. Clinias. Of course not. Athenian stranger. Let us not then deem God inferior to human workmen, who, in proportion to their skill, finish and perfect their works, small as well as great, by one and the same art; or that God, the wisest of beings, who is willing and able to extend his care to all things, like a lazy good-for-nothing, wants a holiday, and takes no thought of smaller and easier matters, but of the greater only. Clinias. Never, stranger, let us admit such a supposition about the gods, which is both impious and false. Athenian stranger. I think that we have now said enough to him who charges the gods with neglect. Clinias. Yes. Athenian stranger. He has been forced to acknowledge that he is in error, but he still seems to me to need some consolation. Clinias. What consolation will you offer him? Athenian stranger. Let us say to the youth, the ruler of the universe has ordered all things with a view to the preservation and perfection of the whole, and each part has an appointed state of action and passion, and the smallest action or passion of any part affecting the minutest fraction has a presiding minister, and one of these portions of the universe is thine own, stubborn man, which, however little, has the whole in view, and you do not seem to be aware that this, and every other creation, is for the sake of the whole, and in order that the life of the whole may be blessed, and that you are created for the sake of the whole, and not the whole for the sake of you. For every physician and every skilled artist does all things for the sake of the whole, directing his effort toward the common good, executing the part for the sake of the whole, and not the whole for the sake of the part. And you are annoyed because you do not see how that which is best for you is, as far as the laws of the creation admit of this, best also for the universe. Now, as the soul, combining first with one body, and then with another, undergoes all sorts of changes, either of herself, or through the influence of another soul, all that remains to the master of the game is that he should transpose the pieces, sending the better nature to the better place, and the worse into the worse, and so assigning to them their proper portion. Clinias. How do you mean? Athenian stranger. I am proposing a plan which may be supposed to make the care of all things easy to the gods. For if any one did not form or fashion all things with a view to the whole, if, for example, he formed a living element of water out of fire, instead of forming many things out of one, or one out of many, not at random, but in regular order of the first or second or third degree, the transmutation would have been infinite. But now the ruler of the world has a wonderfully easy task. Clinias. How is that? Athenian stranger. In this way. When the king saw that our actions had life, and that there was much virtue in them, and much vice, and that the soul and body, although not eternal, were indestructible, like the gods of popular opinion, for if either of them had been destroyed, there would have been no generation of animals, and when he observed that the good of the soul was by nature designed to profit men, and the evil to harm them, he, seeing all this, contrived so to place them in each of the parts, that their position might in the easiest and best manner procure the victory of good and the defeat of evil in the whole. And he contrived a general plan, by which a thing of a certain nature found a certain seat and room, but the formation of qualities he left to the wills of individuals. For every one of us is made pretty much what he is by the bent of his desires, and the nature of his soul. Clinias. Yes, that is probably true. Athenian stranger. Then all things which have a soul change and possess in themselves a principle of change, and in changing move according to law, and the order of destiny. Lesser changes of nature move on level ground, but greater crimes sink into the abyss, that is to say, into Hades, and other places in the world below, of which the very names terrify men, and about which they dream that they live in them absent from the body. And when the soul changes greatly, either for the better or worse, by her own impulse or the strong influence of others, when she has communion with divine virtue and becomes divine, she is carried into another and better place, which is also divine and perfect in holiness, and when she has communion with evil, then she also changes the place of her life. Quote, for that is the justice of the gods, who inhabit heaven. Close quote. O youth or young man, who fancy that you are neglected by the gods, know that if you become worse, you shall go to the worse souls, or, if better, to the better, and in every succession of life and death you will do and suffer what like may fitly suffer at the hands of like. This is a divine justice, which neither you nor any other unfortunate will ever glory in escaping, and which the ordaining powers have specially ordained. Take good heed of them, for a day will come when they will take heed of you. If thou sayest, I am small, and will creep into the depths of the earth, or I am high, and will fly up to heaven, you are not so small or so high, but that you shall pay the fitting penalty, either in the world below, or in some yet more savage place, still to which thou shalt be conveyed. This is also the explanation of the fate of those whom you saw, who had done unholy and evil deeds, and from small beginnings had become great, and you fancied that from being miserable they had become happy, and in their actions, as in a mirror, you seemed to see the universal neglect of the gods, not knowing how they make all things work together and contribute to the great whole. And thinkest thou, bold man, that thou shouldst not know this? He who knows not this can never see any true form, or say any true word touching the happiness or unhappiness of life. If Clinias and this reverend company succeed in proving to you that you know not what you say of the gods, then will God help you. But should you desire to hear more, listen to what we say to the third opponent, if you have any understanding left in you. For I think that we have sufficiently proved the existence of the gods, and that they have a care of man. That they are appeased by wicked men and take gifts is what I will not allow, and what every man should disprove to the utmost of his power. Clinias. Very good. Let us do as you say. Athenian stranger. Well then, by the gods themselves I conjure you to tell me, if they are to be propitiated, how are they to be propitiated? Who are they, and what is their nature? Must not the eternal administrators of heaven be at least rulers? Clinias. True. Athenian stranger. And to what earthly rulers can they be compared, or who to them? How in the less can we find an image of the greater? Are they charioteers of contending pairs of steeds, or pilots of vessels? Perhaps they might be compared to the generals of armies, or they might be likened to physicians providing against the strife of bodily disease, or to husbandmen observing anxiously the effects of the seasons on the growth of plants, or perhaps to shepherds of flocks. For, as we acknowledge the heaven to be full of many goods, and also of evils, and of more evils than goods, there is, as we affirm, an immortal conflict going on among us, which requires marvellous watchfulness, and in that conflict the gods and demigods are our allies, and we are their property. Injustice and insolence and folly are the destruction of us. Injustice and temperance and wisdom are the salvation of us, and the place of these latter is in the life of the gods, and of their virtues some vestige may occasionally be discerned among mankind. But upon this earth there dwell souls who have an unjust spirit, and they, like brute animals, fawn upon their keepers, who may be dogs or shepherds, or may be the best and most perfect masters, and upon these, as the wicked declare, they prevail by flattery and prayers and incantations, and are allowed to make their gains with impunity. And this sin, which is termed dishonesty, is the same evil as that which is called disease in living bodies, or blight in the seasons, and in cities and governments has another name, which is injustice. Clinias. Quite true. Athenian stranger. That is what he must say who declares that the gods are always lenient to the doers of unjust acts, who divide the spoil with them. That is as if wolves might be supposed to toss a portion of their prey to the dogs, and they, mollified by the gift, suffer them to tear the flocks. What but this will he say who maintains that the gods are to be propitiated? Clinias. That is what he will say. Athenian stranger. And to whom of the above-mentioned classes of guardians would any man gravely compare the gods? Will he say that they are like pilots who are themselves turned away from their duty by draughts of wine and the savour of fat, and at last overturn both ship and sailors? Clinias. Certainly not. Athenian stranger. And surely they are not like charioteers who are bribed to give up the victory to other chariots? Clinias. That would be a fearful image of the gods. Athenian stranger. Nor are they like generals, or physicians, or husbandmen, or shepherds, and no one would compare them to dogs who have been silenced by wolves? Clinias. Do not be profane. Athenian stranger. And are not all the gods the chiefest of all guardians, and do they not guard our highest interests? Clinias. Yes, the chiefest. Athenian stranger. And shall we say that those who guard our noblest interests, and are the best of guardians, are inferior in virtue to dogs, and to men even of moderate excellence, who would never betray justice for the sake of gifts which unjust men impiously offer them? Clinias. Certainly not, nor is such a notion to be endured, and he who holds this opinion may be fairly singled out and characterized as, of all impious men, the wickedest and most impious. Athenian stranger. Then are the three assertions, that the gods exist, and that they take care of men, and that they will not be entreated to injustice, now sufficiently demonstrated? May we say that they are? Clinias. You have our entire assent to your words. Athenian stranger. I have spoken with vehemence because I was jealous of evil men, and I will tell you, dear Clinias, what is the reason of my jealousy. I would not have them suppose that the wicked, having the superiority in argument, may do as they like in accordance with their various imaginations about the gods. And this zeal has led me to speak more vehemently. But if we have at all succeeded in persuading the men to hate themselves and love their opposites, the preamble of our laws about impiety will not have been spoken in vain. Clinias. So let us hope. And even if we have failed, the style of our argument will not discredit the lawgiver. Athenian stranger. After the preamble shall follow a discourse, which will be the interpreter of the law. This shall proclaim to all impious persons that they must depart from their ways, and go over to the pious. And to those who do not obey them, let the law about impiety be as follows. If a man is guilty of any impiety in word or deed, any one who happens to be present shall give information to the rulers in aid of the law, and let the rulers who receive the information bring them before the appointed court according to the law. And if the magistrate, after receiving information, refuses to act, he shall be tried for impiety at the instance of any one who is willing to vindicate the laws. And if he be cast, the court shall estimate the punishment of each act of impiety, and let all such criminals be imprisoned. There shall be 3 prisons in the state. The first of them is to be the common prison in the neighbourhood of the agora, for the safekeeping of the generality of offenders. Another is to be in the neighbourhood of the nocturnal council, and is to be called the House of Reformation. Another to be situated in some wild and desolate region in the centre of the country, shall be called by some name expressive of retribution. Now, men fall into impiety from 3 causes, which have been already mentioned, and from each of these causes arise 2 sorts of impiety. In all, 6, requiring judicial decision, but differing greatly in their degree of guilt. For he who does not believe in the gods, and yet has a righteous nature, hates the wicked, and dislikes, and refuses to do injustice, and avoids unrighteous men, and loves the righteous. But they, who, besides believing that the world is devoid of gods, are intemperate, and have at the same time good memories and quick wits, are worse. Although both of them are unbelievers, much less injury is done by the one than by the other. The one may talk loosely about the gods, and about sacrifices and oaths, and perhaps, by laughing at other men, he may make them like himself, if he be not punished. But the other unbeliever, who is deemed a superior person, is full of stratagem and deceit. Men of this class are prophets and jugglers of all sorts, and out of their ranks sometimes come tyrants and demagogues, and generals and hierophants of private mysteries, and the ingenuities of so-called sophists. Of these there may be altogether many kinds, but two only for whom legislation is required. One, the hypocritical sort, whose crime is deserving of death many times over; the other, having need of bonds and admonition. In like manner also the notion that the gods take no thought of men produces two other sorts of crimes, and the notion that they may be propitiated produces two more. Assuming these divisions, let those who have been made what they are only from want of understanding, and not from malice or an evil nature, be placed by the judge in the house of reformation, and ordered to suffer imprisonment during a period of not less than 5 years. And in the meantime let them have no intercourse with the other citizens, except with members of the nocturnal council, and with them let them converse touching the improvement of their soul's health. And when the time of their imprisonment has expired, if any of them be of sound mind, let him be restored to sane company; but if not, and if he be condemned a second time, let him be punished with death. As to that class of monstrous natures who not only believe that there are no gods, or that they are negligent or to be propitiated, but conjure the souls of the living, and say that they can conjure the dead, and promise to charm the gods with sacrifices and prayers, and will utterly overthrow whole houses and states for the sake of money, let him who is guilty of any of these things be condemned by the judge to be bound according to law in the prison which is in the centre of the land, and let no free man ever approach him, but let him receive the rations of food appointed by the magistrates from the hands of slaves, and when he is dead, let him be cast out of the borders unburied, and if any free man assist in burying him, let him pay the penalty of impiety to any one who is willing to bring a suit against him. But if he leaves behind him children who are fit to be citizens, let the guardians of orphans take care of them, just as they would of any other orphans, from the day that their father was convicted. In all these cases there should be one law, which will make men in general less liable to transgress in word or deed, and less foolish, because they will not be allowed to practice religious rites contrary to law. And let this be the simple form of the law. No man shall have sacred rites in a private house, but when he is disposed to sacrifice, let him place his offerings in the hands of the priests and priestesses, who have under their care the holy rite, and let him pray himself, and let any one who pleases join with him in prayer. The reason of this is as follows. Gods and temples are not easily established, and to establish them rightly is the work of a mighty intellect, and women especially, and men too, when they are sick, or in danger, or in any sort of difficulty, or again, on their receiving any good fortune, have a way of consecrating the occasion, offering up prayers and sacrifices, and promising statues to gods, demigods, and sons of gods. And when they are awakened by terrible apparitions, and have dreams, or remember visions, they find in altars and temples the remedies of them, and will fill every house and village with them, placing them in the open air or in any chance place, and with a view to all these cases we should act as the law enacts. The law has also regard to the impious, and would not have them fancy that by the secret performance of these actions, by raising temples and altars in private houses, they can propitiate the gods secretly with sacrifices and prayers, while they are really multiplying their crimes infinitely, bringing guilt from heaven upon themselves, and also upon those who permit them, who are better men than they are, and the consequence is that the whole state reaps the fruit of their impiety, which in a certain sense is deserved. Assuredly, God will not blame the legislator. Let this, then, be the language of the law. No one shall possess shrines of the gods in private houses, and he who is found to possess them and perform any sacred rites not publicly authorized, supposing the offender to be some man or woman who is not guilty of any other great and impious crime, shall be informed against by him who is acquainted with the fact, which shall be announced by him to the guardians of the law, and let them issue orders that he or she should carry away his private rites to the public temples, and if they do not persuade them, let them inflict a penalty on them until they comply. And if a person be proven guilty of impiety, not merely from childish levity, but such as grown-up men may be guilty of, whether he have sacrificed publicly or privately to any gods, let him be punished with death, for he has offered impure sacrifices. And whether the deed has been done in earnest, or only from childish levity, let the guardians of the law determine before they prosecute the offender for impiety. End of Book 10. Recording in memory of Mitchell Edwards. Part 1 of Book 11 of Laws by Plato, translated by Benjamin Jowett. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Jeffrey Edwards. Part 1 of Book 11. In the next place, dealings between man and man require to be suitably regulated. The principle of them is very simple. Thou shalt not touch that which is mine, if thou canst help, or remove the least thing which belongs to me without my consent. And may I, being of sound mind, do to others as I would that they should do to me. First, let us speak of treasure trove. May I never pray the gods to find the hidden treasure which a man has laid up for himself and his family, he not being one of my ancestors, nor lift if I should find such a treasure. And may I never have any dealings with the diviners, as they are called, who in any way or manner counsel me to take up the deposit entrusted to the earth. For I should not gain so much in the increase of my possessions, if I take up the prize, as I should grow in justice and virtue of soul, if I abstain. And this will be a better possession to me than the other. For the possession of justice in the soul is preferable to the possession of wealth. And of many things it is well said, "Move not the immovables." And this may be truly regarded as one of them. And we shall do well to believe the common tradition which says that such deeds prevent a man from having a family. Now, as to him who is careless about having children, and regardless of the legislator, taking up that which he neither deposited, nor any ancestor of his, without the consent of the depositor, violating the simplest and noblest of laws, which was the enactment of no mean man, who said, take not up that which you have not laid down. Of him, I say, who despises these two legislators, and takes up, not some small matter which he has not deposited, but perhaps a great heap of treasure, what he ought to suffer at the hands of the gods, God only knows. But I would have the first person who sees him go and tell the wardens of the city, if the occurrence has taken place in the city, or if the occurrence has taken place in the agora, he shall tell the wardens of the agora, or if in the country, he shall tell the wardens of the country and their officers. When information has been received, they shall send to Delphi, and whatever the god answers about the money and the remover of the money, that the city shall do in obedience to the oracle. The informer, if he be a free man, shall have the honour of doing rightly, or, if he inform not, the dishonour of doing wrongly. And if he be a slave who gives information, let him be freed, as he ought to be, by the state, which shall give his master the price of him. But if he do not inform, he shall be punished with death. Next in order shall follow a similar law, which shall apply equally to matters great and small. If a man happens to leave behind him some part of his property, whether intentionally or unintentionally, let him who may meet with the left property suffer it to remain, reflecting that such things are under the protection of the goddess of ways, and are dedicated to her by the law. But if any one defies the law, and takes the property home with him, let him, if he be a slave of little worth, be beaten with many stripes by him who meets him, being a person of not less than 30 years of age. Or, if he be a free man, in addition to being thought a mean man who has no share in the laws, let him pay 10 times the value of the treasure which he has moved to the lever. And if someone accuses another of having anything which belongs to him, whether little or much, and he admits that he has this thing, but says that the property in dispute is not the other's, if the property be registered with the archons according to law, he shall summon the possessor, who shall appear before the magistrates, and when the matter is cleared up, if it be registered in the public registers, to which of the litigants it belonged, let him take it and go his way. Or, if the property be registered as belonging to some one who is not present, whoever will give sufficient surety on behalf of the absent person that he will give it up to him, let him take it away as the representative of the other. But if the property which is deposited be not registered with the archons, let it remain until the time of trial, with 3 of the eldest of the archons. And if that for which bail is given be an animal, then he who loses the suit shall pay the archons for its keep, and the archons shall determine the cause within 3 days. Anyone who is of sound mind may carry off his own slave, and do with him whatever he will, of such things as are lawful, and he may carry off the runaway slave of any of his friends or kindred with a view to his safekeeping. And if any one takes away him who is being carried off as a slave, intending to liberate him, he who is carrying him off shall let him go, but he who takes him away shall give 3 sufficient sureties. And if he give them, and not without giving them, he may take him away. But if he take him away after any other manner, he shall be guilty of violence, and, being convicted, shall pay double the penalty of the loss to him from whom he has taken the slave. Let him also carry off the freedman if he do not pay respect, or not sufficient respect, to him who freed him. Now, the respect shall be that the freed man go 3 times in the month to the house of the person who freed him, and offer to do whatever he can and ought to do, and he shall agree to make such a marriage as his former master pleases. He shall not be permitted to have more property than he who gave him liberty, and what more he has shall belong to his master. The freed man shall not remain in the state more than 20 years, but, like other foreigners, shall go away, taking his entire property with him, unless he have the consent of the magistrates and of his former master to remain. If a freed man, or any other stranger, have a property greater than the census of the third class at the expiration of 30 days from the day on which this comes to pass, he shall take that which is his and go his way, and in this case he shall not be allowed to remain any longer by the archons. And if any one disobeys this regulation, and is brought into court and convicted, he shall be punished with death, and his property shall be confiscated. Suits about these matters shall take place before the tribes, unless the plaintiff and defendant have got rid of the accusation, either before their neighbours, or before arbitrators. If a man lay claim to any animal, or anything else which he declares to be his, let him who is the possessor refer to some honest and trustworthy person, who has sold, or given, or in some legitimate way made over the property to him. If he be a citizen or a medic, sojourning in the city, within 30 days, or if the property have been delivered to him by a stranger, within 5 months, of which the middle month shall be the summer solstice. When goods are exchanged by selling and buying, a man shall deliver them, and receive the price of them at a fixed place in the agora, and have done with the matter. But he shall not buy or sell anywhere else, nor give credit. And if in any other manner, or in any other place, there be an exchange of one thing for another, and the seller with whom he is dealing give him credit, he must do this on the understanding that the law gives no protection in cases of things sold not in accordance with these regulations. Again, as to contributions, any man who likes may contribute as a friend with friends. But if any difference arises about the contribution, he is to act on the understanding that the law gives no protection in such cases. He who sells anything up to the value of 50 drachmas shall be required to remain in the city for 10 days, and the purchaser shall be informed of the house of the seller, with a view to the sort of charges which are apt to arise in such cases, and the restitutions which the law allows. And let legal restitution and illegal be on this wise. If a man sells a slave who is in a consumption, or who has the disease of the stone, or of strangury, or epilepsy, or some other tedious and incurable disorder of body or mind, which is not discernible to the ordinary man, if the purchaser be a physician or trainer, he shall have no right of restitution, nor shall there be any right of restitution if the seller has told the truth beforehand to the buyer. But if a skilled person sells to another who is not skilled, let the buyer appeal for restitution within 6 months, except in the case of epilepsy, and then the appeal may be made within a year, and shall be determined by such physicians as the parties may agree to choose, and he who loses the suit shall pay double the price at which he sold. If a private person sell to another private person, he shall have the right of restitution, and the decision shall be given as before. But he who loses the suit shall only pay back the price of the slave. If a person sells a homicide to another, and they both know of the fact, let there be no restitution in such a case. But if he do not know of the fact, there shall be a right of restitution whenever a buyer makes the discovery, and the decision shall rest with 5 of the youngest guardians of the law. And if the decision be that the seller was cognizant of the fact, he shall purify the house of the purchaser according to the law of the interpreters, and shall pay back 3 times the purchase money. He who exchanges either money for money, or anything whatever for anything else, either with or without life, let him give and receive them genuine and unadulterated in accordance with the law. And let us have a preamble about all this sort of roguery, like the preambles of our other laws. Every man should regard adulteration as a particular kind of falsehood, concerning which the many are too fond of saying that at proper times the practice may often be right. But they leave the time and place and occasion undefined and unregulated, and from this want of definiteness in their language they do a great deal of harm to themselves and to others. Now, a legislator ought not to leave the matter undefined. He ought to prescribe some limit, either greater or less. Let this, then, be the limit prescribed. No one shall call the gods to witness when he says or does anything false or deceitful or dishonest, unless he would be the most hateful of mankind to them. And he is most hateful to them who takes a false oath, and never thinks of the gods. And in the second place, he who tells a falsehood in the presence of his superiors. Now, better men are the superiors of worse men, and in general, elders are the superiors of the young. Wherefore also parents are the superiors of their children, and men of women and children, and rulers of their subjects, and all men ought to reverence any one who is in any position of authority, and especially those who are in political offices. I have made this remark in reference to our present discourse, for every one who is guilty of adulteration in the agora tells a falsehood and deceives, and when he invokes the gods, according to the customs and cautions of the wardens of the agora, he is perjured, and has no respect either for God or man. Certainly, it is an excellent rule, not lightly, to profane the names of the gods after the fashion of men in general, who care little about piety and purity in their actions. But if a man will not conform to this rule, let the law be as follows. He who sells anything in the agora shall not ask 2 prices of that which he sells, but he shall ask 1 price, and if he do not obtain this, he shall take away his goods, and on that day he shall not value them, either at more or less, and there shall be no praising of any goods, or oath taken about them. If a person disobeys this command, any citizen who is present, not being less than 30 years of age, may chastise and beat the swearer, and he shall be guiltless. But if he takes no heed and disobeys, he shall be liable to the charge of having betrayed the laws. If a man sell any adulterated goods, and will not obey these regulations, he who knows and can prove the fact, and does prove it in the presence of the magistrates, if he be a slave or a metic, shall have the adulterated goods. But if he be a citizen, and do not prove it, he shall be disgraced, and deemed to have robbed the gods of the agora. Or, if he prove the charge, he shall dedicate the goods to the gods of the agora. He who is proved to have sold any adulterated goods, in addition to losing the goods themselves, shall be beaten with stripes, a stripe for a drachma, according to the price of the goods, and the herald shall proclaim in the agora the offence for which he is going to be beaten. The wardens of the agora and the guardians of the law shall obtain information from experienced persons about the rogueries and adulterations of the sellers, and shall write up what the seller ought and ought not to do in each case. And let them inscribe their laws on a column in front of the court of the Agora, that they may be clear instructors of those who have business in the Agora. Enough has been said in what has preceded about the wardens of the city, and if anything seems to be wanting, let them communicate with the guardians of the law, and write down the omission, and place on a column in the court of the city the first and second regulations which are laid down for them about their office. After the practices of adulteration, naturally follow practices of retail trade. Concerning these, we will first of all give a word of counsel and reason, and the law shall come afterwards. Retail trade in a city is not by nature intended to do any harm, but quite the contrary. For is not he a benefactor who reduces the inequalities and immeasurabilities of goods to equality and measure? And this is what the power of money accomplishes, and the merchant may be said to be appointed for this purpose. The hireling and the tavern-keeper and many other occupations, some of them more and others less seemly, all alike have this object. They seek to satisfy our needs and equalize our possessions. Let us then endeavour to see what is this dishonour and appearance of unseemliness, and what is the accusation brought against retail trade, in order that if not entirely, we may yet partially remove the objection by law. To effect this is no easy matter, and implies a great deal of virtue. Clinias. What do you mean? Athenian stranger. Dear Clinias, the class of men is small. They must have been rarely gifted by nature, and trained by education, who, when compelled by wants and desires of every sort, are able to hold out and observe moderation, and when they might make a great deal of money, are sober in their wishes, and prefer a moderate to a large gain. But the mass of mankind are the very opposite. Their desires are unbounded, and when they might gain in moderation, they prefer gains without limit. Wherefore, all that relates to retail trade and merchandise and keeping of taverns is denounced and numbered among dishonourable things. For if, what I trust may never be, and will not be, we were to compel, if I may venture to say a ridiculous thing, the best men everywhere to keep taverns for a time, or carry on retail trade, or do anything of that sort, or if, in consequence of some dire necessity, the best women were compelled to take to a similar calling, then we should know how agreeable and pleasant all these things are. And if they were carried on according to pure reason, all such occupations would be held in honour, and those who practised them would be deemed parents or nurses. But now that a man goes to desert places and builds houses which can only be reached by long journeys for the sake of retail trade, and receives strangers who are in need at the desired resting places, or gives them sweet calm when they are tossed by the storm, or cool shade in the heat, and then, instead of behaving to them as friends, and showing the duties of hospitality to those whom he has received under his roof, treats them as enemies and captives who are at his mercy, and will not release them until they have paid the highest, most exorbitant and base price. These are the sort of practices, and foul evils they are, which cast a reproach upon the succour of adversity. And the legislator ought always to be devising a remedy for evils of this sort. There is an ancient saying, which is also a true one: to fight against two opponents is a difficult thing, as is seen in diseases and in many other cases. And in this case also the war is against two enemies, wealth and poverty. one of whom corrupts the soul of man with luxury, while the other drives him by pain into utter shamelessness. What remedy can a city of sense find against this disease? In the first place, they must have as few as possible of the retail class, and, in the second place, they must assign the occupation to that class of men whose corruption will be the least injury to the state, and, in the third place, they must devise some way whereby the followers of these occupations themselves will not readily fall into habits of unbridled shamelessness and meanness. After this preface, let our law run as follows, and may fortune favour us. No landowner among the magnates, whose city the god is restoring and resettling, no one, that is, of the 5,040 families, shall become a retail trader either voluntarily or involuntarily. Neither shall he be a merchant, or do any service for private persons who are not his equals, except for his father or his mother, and their fathers and mothers, and in general for his elders who are free men, and whom he serves as a free man. Now, it is difficult to determine accurately the things which are worthy or unworthy of a free man, but let those who have obtained the prize of virtue give judgment about them in accordance with their feelings of right and wrong. He who in any way shares in the illiberality of retail trades may be indicted by anyone who likes for dishonouring his race before those who are judged to be the first in virtue, and if he appear to throw dirt upon his father's house by an unworthy occupation, let him be imprisoned for a year, and abstain from that sort of thing, and if he repeat the offence, for 2 years, and every time that he is taken, let the time of his imprisonment be doubled. This shall be the second law. He who engages in retail trade must be either a metic or a stranger. And a third law shall be, that with a view to this class of retail traders who dwell with us in our city, being as good or as little bad as possible, the guardians of the law ought to remember that they are guardians not only of those who may be easily watched and prevented from becoming lawless or bad, because they are well born and bred, but still more should they have a watch over those who are of another sort, and follow pursuits which have a very strong tendency to make men bad. And therefore, in respect of the multifarious occupations of retail trade, that is to say, in respect of such of them as are allowed to remain, because they seem to be quite necessary in a state, about these the guardians of the law should meet and take counsel with those who have experience of the several kinds of retail trade, as we before commanded concerning adulteration, which is a matter akin to this, and when they meet, they should consider what receipts and what expenditure will produce a moderate gain, and they should fix in writing and strictly observe the ratio of receipt and expenditure. This should be done by the wardens of the agora, and by the wardens of the city, and by the wardens of the country. In this way, retail trade will benefit everyone, and do the least possible injury to those in the state who practice it. When a man makes an agreement which he does not fulfill, unless the agreement be of a nature which the law or a vote of the assembly does not allow, or which he has made under the influence of some unjust compulsion, or which he is prevented from fulfilling against his will by some unexpected chance, the other party may go to law with him in the courts of the tribe for not having completed his agreement, if the parties are not able previously to come to terms before arbiters, or before their neighbours. The class of craftsmen who have furnished human life with the arts is dedicated to Hephaestus and Athene, and there is a class of craftsmen who preserve the works of all craftsmen by arts of defence. the votaries of Ares and Athene, and they also deserve to be dedicated to the gods. All these continue through life, serving the country and the people. Some of them are leaders in battle, others make for hire implements and works, and they ought not to deceive in such matters out of respect to the gods, who are their ancestors. If any craftsman through indolence omit to execute his work in a given time, not reverencing the god who gives him the means of life, but considering, foolish fellow, that he is his own god, and will let him off easily, in the first place he shall pay a penalty to the god, and in the second place the law shall follow in a similar spirit. He shall owe to him who contracted with him the price of the works which he has failed in performing, and he shall begin again and execute them gratis in the given time. When a man undertakes a work, the law gives him the same advice which was given to the seller, that he should not attempt to raise the price, but simply ask the value. This the law enjoins also on the contractor, for the craftsman assuredly knows the value of his work. Wherefore, in free states, the man of art ought not to attempt to impose upon private individuals, by the help of his art, which is by nature a true thing, and he who is wronged in a matter of this sort shall have a right of action against the party who has wronged him. And if any one lets out work to a craftsman, and does not pay him duly according to the lawful agreement, disregarding Zeus, Polyacus, and Athene, who are the partners of the state, and overthrows the foundation of society for the sake of a little gain, in his case let the law and the gods maintain the common bonds of the state, and let him who, having already received the work in exchange, does not pay the price in the time agreed, pay double the price, and if a year has elapsed, whereas usury in general is not to be taken on money lent in our state, let him, for every drachma which he owes to the contractor, pay a monthly interest of an obol. Suits about these matters are to be decided by the courts of the tribes, and, by the way, now that we are mentioning craftsmen, we must not forget to speak of generals and tacticians, who are the craftsmen of our art of safety, which is war, and, like other craftsmen, undertake some public work, either of their own accord, or because they are appointed by the state. And if they execute their work well, the law will never be tired of praising him who gives them those honours which are the just rewards of the soldier. But if any one, having already received the benefit of any noble service in war, does not make the due return of honour, the law will blame him. Let this then be the law, having an ingredient of praise, not compelling, but advising the great body of the citizens to honour the brave men who are the saviours of the whole state, whether by their courage or by their military skill. They should honour them, I say, in the second place, for the first and highest tribute of honour is to be given to those who in a special manner honour the good words of the legislator. The greater part of the dealings between man and man have been now regulated by us, with the exception of those that relate to orphans and the supervision of guardians of orphans. These follow next in order, and must be regulated in some way. They all begin with the testamentary wishes of the dying, and the case of those who make no disposition of their property. And when I said, Clinias, that we must regulate them, I had in my mind the difficulty and perplexity in which they are entangled. You cannot leave them unregulated, for individuals would make regulations at variance with one another, and repugnant to the laws and habits of the living, and to their own previous habits. If a person were simply allowed to make any will which he pleases, and this were to take effect in whatever state he may be at the end of life. For most of us lose our senses in a manner, and are prostrated in mind when we think that we are soon about to die. Clinias. What do you mean, stranger? Athenian stranger. Oh, Clinias, a man, when he is about to die, is a fearful thing, and may cause a great deal of anxiety and trouble to the legislator. Clinias. How is that? Athenian stranger. He wants to have the entire control of all his property, and will use angry words. Clinias. What words? Athenian stranger. O ye gods, he will say, how monstrous that I am not allowed to give, or not to give, my own, to whom I will. Less to him who has been bad to me, and more to him who has been good to me, and whose badness or goodness has been tested by me in time of sickness, or in old age, and in every other sort of fortune. Clinias. Well, stranger, and may he not very fairly say that? Athenian stranger. I think, Clinias, that the ancient legislators were too good-natured, and that they made laws without sufficient observation or consideration of human things. Clinias. How do you mean? Athenian stranger. I mean, my friend, that they were afraid of the testator's reproaches, and so they passed a law to the effect that a man should be allowed to dispose of his property in all respects as he likes. But you and I, if I am not mistaken, will have something better to say to our departing citizens. Clinias. What is that? Athenian stranger. O my friends, we will say to them, hard is it for you who are creatures of a day to know what is yours. Hard, too, to know yourselves, as the Pythian oracle says at this hour. Now I, as the legislator, regard you and your possessions not as belonging to yourselves, but as belonging to your whole family, both past and future. And yet more do I regard both family and possessions as belonging to the state. Wherefore, if some one steals upon you with flattery, when you are tossed on the sea of disease or old age, and persuades you to dispose of your property in a way that is not for the best, I will not, if I can help, allow this, but I will legislate with a view to the whole, considering what is best, both for the state and for the family, esteeming as I ought the feelings of an individual at a lower rate. And I hope that you will depart in peace and kindness towards us, as you are going the way of all mankind, and we will impartially take care of all your concerns, not neglecting any of them if we can possibly help. Let this be our warning and consolation of the living and dying, Clinias, and let the law be as follows. He who makes a disposition in a testament, being a father and having children, shall first of all inscribe as his heir any one of his sons whom he may think fit. And if he have given any of his children to be adopted by another citizen, let him inscribe the adoption. And if he has a son remaining over and above, who has not had any portion assigned to him, and who may reasonably be expected to go out to a colony according to law, to him his father may give as much as he pleases of the rest of his property, with the exception of the paternal lot and the property on the lot. And if there are more sons than one, let the father distribute what there is more than the lot in any way that he pleases. And if one of the sons has the family inheritance, he shall not give him of the money, nor shall he give money to a daughter who is betrothed to a husband, but if she is not betrothed, he may give her money. And if any of the sons or daughters shall be found to have a lot of land in the country, which has accrued after the testament has been made, he shall leave the lot which he has inherited to the heir of the man who has made the will. If the testator has no sons but only daughters, let him choose the husband of any one of his daughters, and leave and inscribe him as his son and heir. And if a man have lost his son when he was a child, and before he came to be reckoned among grown-up men, whether his own or an adopted son, let the testator make mention of the circumstance, and inscribe whom he will to be his second son, in hope of better fortune. And if the testator has no children at all, he may select and give to any one whom he pleases the 10th part of the property which he has acquired. Let him, as he ought, give all the rest to his adopted son, and make a friend of him according to the law. If the sons of a man require guardians, and he dies, and makes a will appointing guardians who are agreeable and willing to take charge of his children, whoever they are, and as many as he pleases, let the choice of the guardians have force according to what he has written. But if he dies and has made no will, or a will in which he has appointed no guardians, then the next of kin, 2 on the father's and 2 on the mother's side, and one of the friends of the deceased, shall have the authority of guardians, whom the guardians of the law shall appoint when the orphans require guardians. And 15 of the eldest of the guardians of the law, according to seniority, shall have the whole care and charges of the orphans, and shall divide themselves into 3s, a body of 3 for 1 year, and then another body of 3 for the next year, until the cycle is complete. And this, as far as possible, is to continue always. If a man dies, having made no will at all, and leaves sons who require the care of guardians, they shall share in the protection which is afforded by these laws. And if a man, dying by some unexpected fate, leave daughters behind him, let him pardon the legislator if he gives his daughter in marriage, having a regard only to 2 out of 3 conditions, nearness of kin, and the preservation of the lot, and omits the 3rd condition, which a father would naturally consider, for he would choose out of all the citizens a son for himself, and a husband for his daughter, with a view to his character and disposition. He shall forgive him, I say, if he neglects this, which to him is an impossible consideration. Let the law about these matters, where practicable, be as follows. If a man dies without making a will, and leaves behind him daughters, let his brother, being the son of the same mother, having no lot, marry the daughter, and have the lot of the dead man. And if he have no brother, but only a brother's son, in like manner let them marry, if they be of suitable age. And if there be not even a brother's son, but only the son of a sister, let them do likewise. And so in the 4th degree, if there be only a father's brother, or in the 5th degree, a father's brother's son, or in the 6th degree, the child of a father's sister. Let kindred be always reckoned in this way. If a person leaves daughters, the relationship shall proceed upwards through brothers and brother's son, and first the males shall come, and after them the females in the same family. The judge shall consider and determine the suitableness or unsuitableness of age in marriage. He shall make an inspection of the males naked, and of the women naked down to the navel. And if there be a lack of kinsmen in a family extending to grandchildren of a brother, or to the grandchildren of a grandfather's children, the maiden may choose, with the consent of her guardians, any one of the citizens whom she will, and he shall be the heir of the dead man, and the husband of his daughters. Circumstances vary, and there may sometimes be a still greater lack of relations within the limits of the state. And if any maiden has no kindred living in the city, and there is some one who has been sent out to a colony, and she is disposed to make him the heir of her father's possessions. If he be of her kindred, let him proceed to her lot according to the regulation of the law. But if he be not of her kindred, and there be no kinsman within the pale of the city, let him be chosen by the daughter of the dead man, and empowered to marry by the guardians, and let him return home, and take the lot of him who died intestate. And he who has no children, either male or female, and dies without making a will, shall act in such a case in accordance with the previous laws. And let a man and a woman go forth from the family, and share the deserted house, and let the lot belong absolutely to them, and let the heiress in the first degree be a sister, and in the second degree a daughter of a brother, and in the third a daughter of a sister, in the fourth degree the sister of a father, and in the fifth degree the daughter of a father's brother, and in the sixth degree of a father's sister, and these shall dwell with their male kinsmen according to the degree of relationship and right as we enacted before. Now we must not conceal from ourselves that such laws are apt to be oppressive, and that there may sometimes be a hardship in the lawgiver commanding the kinsman of the dead man to marry his relation. He may be thought not to have considered the innumerable hindrances which may arise among men in the execution of such ordinances. For there may be cases in which the parties refuse to obey, and are ready to do anything rather than marry, when there is some bodily or mental malady or defect among those who are bidden to marry or be married. Persons may fancy that the legislator never thought of this, in which, however, they are mistaken. Wherefore, let us make a common prelude on behalf of the lawgiver and of the subjects, the law begging the latter to forgive the legislator in that he, having to take care of the common weal, cannot order at the same time the various circumstances of individuals, and begging him to pardon them if they are sometimes unable to fulfill the act which he in his ignorance imposes upon them. Clinias. And what, stranger, can we do that is fairest under the circumstances? Athenian stranger. There must be arbiters chosen to deal with such laws, and the subjects of them. Clinias. What do you mean? Athenian stranger. I mean to say that a case may occur in which the brother's son, having a rich father, will be unwilling to marry the daughter of his uncle. He will have a feeling of pride, and he will wish to look higher. And there are cases in which the legislator will be imposing upon him the greatest calamity, and he will be compelled to disobey the law, if he is required, for example, to take a wife who is mad, or has some other terrible malady of soul or body, such as makes life intolerable to the sufferer. Let our law, then, concerning these cases be on this wise. If any one find fault with the established laws respecting testaments, both as to other matters, and especially in what relates to marriage, and declares that the legislator, if he were alive, would not compel him to obey, that is to say, would not compel those who are by our law required to marry, or be given in marriage, to do either, and some kinsman or guardian assent to this, let them say that the legislator left the 15 guardians of the law to be arbiters and fathers to orphans, male or female, and to them let the disputants have recourse, and by their aid determine any matters of this sort, admitting their decision to be final. But if any one thinks that too great power is thus given to the guardians of the law, let him bring his adversaries into the court of the select judges, and there have the points in dispute determined. And he who loses the cause shall have censure and blame from the legislator, which, by a man of sense, is felt to be a penalty far heavier than a great loss of money. Thus will orphan children have a second birth. After their first birth, we spoke of their nurture and education, and after their second birth, when they have lost their parents, we ought to take measures that the misfortune of orphanhood may be as little sad as possible to them. In the first place, as we are saying, we appoint them the guardians of the law, to be fathers to them, not inferior to their natural fathers. Moreover, we bid them take charge of them in each year as their own kindred, and have given a suitable admonition to them and to the guardians concerning the nurture of orphans. And we seem to have spoken opportunely in our former discourse, when we said that the souls of the dead have the power, after their death, of taking an interest in human affairs, about which there are many tales and traditions, long indeed, but true. And seeing that they are so many, and so ancient, we must believe them, and we must also believe the lawgivers, who tell us that these things are true, if they are not to be regarded as utter fools. But if these things are really so, in the first place, men should have a fear of the gods above, who regard the loneliness of the orphans, and in the second place of the souls of the departed, who by nature incline to take an especial care of their own children, and they are friendly to those who honor them, and unfriendly to those who do not. Men should also fear the living who are aged. Wherever a city is well ordered and prosperous, their descendants cherish them, and so live happily, and they are quick to see and hear all that relates to them, and are propitious to those who are just in the fulfillment of these duties, and they punish those who wrong the orphan and the desolate, considering that they are the greatest and most sacred of deposits. To all which matters the guardian and magistrate ought to apply his mind, if he has any, and take heed of the nurture and education of the orphans, seeking in every possible way to do them good, and contributing to his own good and that of his children. He who obeys the tale which precedes the law, and does no wrong to an orphan, will never have experience of the wrath of the legislator. But he who is disobedient and wrongs any one who is bereft of father or mother shall pay twice the penalty which he would have paid if he had wronged one whose parents had been alive. As touching other legislation concerning guardians in their relation to orphans, or concerning magistrates, and their superintendence of the guardians, if they did not possess examples of the manner in which children of free men should be brought up in the bringing up of their own children, and of the care of their property in the care of their own, or if they had not just laws fairly stated about these very things, there would have been reason in making laws for them under the idea that they were a peculiar class, and we might distinguish and make separate rules for the life of those who are orphans, and of those who are not orphans. But, as the case stands, the condition of orphans with us is not different from the case of those who have a father, though, in regard to honor and dishonor, and the attention given to them, the two are not usually placed upon a level. Wherefore, touching the legislation about orphans, the law speaks in serious accents, both of persuasion and threatening, and such a threat as the following will be by no means out of place. He who is the guardian of an orphan of either sex, and he among the guardians of the law who has the care of the guardians, shall love the unfortunate orphan as though he were his own child, and he shall be as careful and diligent as he would be in the management of his possessions, or even more careful than he would have been if they were his own. Let every one who has the care of an orphan observe this law. But if any one acts contrary to the law on these matters, if he be a guardian, the archon may fine him, or if he be the archon, the guardian may bring him before the court of select judges, and punish him, if convicted by a fine, which the court shall impose of double the amount. And if a guardian appears to the relations of the orphan, or to any other citizen, to act negligently or dishonestly, let them bring him before the same court, and whatever penalty is imposed upon him, let him pay fourfold, and let half belong to the orphan, and half to him who procured the conviction. If any orphan arrives at years of discretion, and thinks that he has been ill-used by his guardians, let him, within 5 years of the expiration of the guardianship, be allowed to bring his guardian to trial, and if he be convicted, the court shall determine what he shall pay or suffer. And if the archon shall appear to have wronged the orphan by his neglect, and he be convicted, let the court determine what he shall suffer or pay to the orphan. And if there be dishonesty in addition to neglect, besides paying the fine, let him be deposed from his office of guardian of the law, and let the state appoint another guardian of the law for the city and for the country in his room. End of Part 1 of Book 11. Recording in memory of Mitchell Edwards. Part 2 of Book 11 of Laws by Plato, translated by Benjamin Jowett. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Jeffrey Edwards. Part 2 of Book 11. Athenian Stranger. Greater differences than there ought to be sometimes arise between fathers and sons, on the part either of fathers who will be of opinion that the legislator should enact that they may, if they wish, lawfully renounce their son by the proclamation of a herald in the face of the world, or of sons who will be of opinion that they should be allowed to indict their fathers on the charge of imbecility when they are degraded by disease or old age. These things only happen, as a matter of fact, where the natures of men are very bad. For where only half is bad, as for example, if the father be not bad, but the son is bad, or conversely, there is no bad effect caused by this amount of hatred. In another state, a son disowned by his father would not of necessity cease to be a citizen, but in our state, of which these are to be the laws, the disinherited must necessarily emigrate into another country, for no addition can be made even of a single family to the 5,040 households, and therefore he who deserves to suffer these things must be renounced not only by his father, who is a single person, but by the whole family, and what is done in these cases must be regulated by some such law as the following. He who in the sad disorder of his soul has a mind, justly or unjustly, to expel from his family a son whom he has begotten and brought up, shall not lightly or at once execute his purpose, but, first of all, he shall collect together his own kinsmen, extending to cousins, and in like manner his son's kinsmen by the mother's side, and in their presence he shall accuse his son, setting forth that he deserves at the hands of them all to be dismissed from the family, and the son shall be allowed to address them in a similar manner, and show that he does not deserve to suffer any of these things. And if the father persuades them, and obtains the suffrages of more than half of his kindred, exclusive of the father and mother and the offender himself, I say, if he obtain more than half the suffrages of all the other grown-up members of the family, of both sexes, the father shall be permitted to put away his son, but not otherwise. And if any other citizen is willing to adopt the son who is put away, no law shall hinder him, For the characters of young men are subject to many changes in the course of their lives. And if he has been put away, and in a period of 10 years no one is willing to adopt him, let those who have the care of the superabundant population that are sent out into colonies see to him, in order that he may duly share in the colony. And if disease or age or harshness of temper, or all these together, make a man to be more out of his mind than the rest of the world are, but this is not observable except to those who live with him, and he, being master of his property, is the ruin of the house, and his son doubts and hesitates about indicting his father for insanity, let the law in that case provide that he shall, first of all, go to the eldest guardians of the law, and tell them of his father's misfortune, and they shall duly look into the matter, and take counsel as to whether he shall indict him or not. And if they advise him to proceed, they shall be both his witnesses and his advocates. And if the father is cast, he shall henceforth be incapable of ordering the least particular of his life. Let him be as a child dwelling in the house for the remainder of his days. And if a man and his wife have an unfortunate incompatibility of temper, 10 of the guardians of the law, who are impartial, and 10 of the women who regulate marriages, shall look to the matter, and if they are able to reconcile them, they shall be formally reconciled. But if their souls are too much tossed with passion, they shall endeavour to find other partners. Now, they are not likely to have very gentle tempers, and therefore we must endeavour to associate with them deeper and softer natures. Those who have no children, or but a few at the time of their separation, should choose their new partners with a view to the procreation of children. But those who have a sufficient number of children should separate and form new connections in order that one of the two partners may be able to take care of the other in old age. If a woman dies, leaving children, male or female, the law will advise, rather than compel the husband to bring up the children which they have, and not introduce into the house a stepmother. But if he have no children, then he shall be compelled to marry until he have begotten a sufficient number of sons to his family and to the state. And if a man die, leaving a sufficient number of children, the mother of his children shall remain with them, and bring them up. But if she appears to be too young to live virtuously without a husband, let her relations communicate with the women who superintend marriage, and do what they both think for the best in these matters. If there is a lack of children, let them make the choice with a view to children. 2 children, 1 of either sex, shall be deemed sufficient in the eye of the law. When a child is admitted to be the offspring of certain parents, and is acknowledged by them, but there is need of a decision as to which parent the child is to follow, in case a female slave have intercourse with a male slave, or with a free man, or freed man, the offspring shall always belong to the master of the female slave. Again, if a free woman have intercourse with a male slave, the offspring shall belong to the master of the slave. But if a child be born either of a slave by her master, or of his mistress by a slave, and this be proven, the offspring of the woman and its father shall be sent away by the women into another country, and the guardians of the law shall send away the offspring of the man and the mother. Neither God nor a man who has understanding will ever advise any one to neglect his parents. To a discourse concerning the honour and dishonour of parents, a prelude, such as the following about the service of the gods, will be a suitable introduction. There are ancient customs about the gods which are universal, and they are of 2 kinds. Some of the gods we see with our eyes and honor them. Of others we honor the images, raising statues of them, which we adore. And, though they be lifeless, yet we imagine that the living gods have a good will and gratitude to us on this account. Now, if a man has a father or mother, or their father or mother treasured up in his house, stricken in years, let him consider that no statue can be more potent to grant his requests than they are who are sitting at his hearth, if only he knows how to show true service to them. Clinias. And what do you call the true mode of service? Athenian stranger. I will tell you, O my friend, for such things are worth listening to. Clinias. Proceed. Athenian stranger. Oedipus, as tradition says, when dishonored by his sons, invoked on them the fulfillment of those curses from the god, which every one declares to have been heard and ratified by the gods. And Amintor, in his wrath, invoked curses on his son Phoenix, and Theseus upon Hippolytus, and innumerable others have also called down wrath upon their children, which is a plain proof that the gods listen to the imprecations of parents against their children. For the curses of a parent are, as they ought to be, mighty against his children, as no others are. And shall we suppose that the prayers of a father or mother who is specially dishonored by his or her children are heard by the gods in accordance with nature, and that if a man is honored by them, and in the gladness of his heart earnestly entreats the gods in his prayers to do them good, he is not equally heard, and that they do not minister to his request? If not, they would be very unjust ministers of good, and that we affirm to be contrary to their nature. Clinias. Certainly. Athenian stranger. May we not think, as I was saying just now, that we can possess no image which is more honored by the gods than that of a father or grandfather, or of a mother stricken in years, whom, when a man honors, the heart of the god rejoices, and he is ready to answer their prayers. And truly, the figure of an ancestor is a wonderful thing, far higher than that of a lifeless image, for when they are honored by us, they join in our prayers, and when they are dishonored, they utter imprecations against us. But lifeless objects do neither. And therefore, if a man makes a right use of his father and grandfather and other aged relations, he will have the best of all images which can procure him the favour of the gods. Clinias. That is excellent. Athenian stranger. Every man of understanding fears and respects the prayers of his parents, knowing well that many times and to many persons they have been accomplished. Now, these things being thus ordered by nature, good men think that they are the gainers by having aged parents living, to the end of their life, or if they depart early, they are deeply lamented by them, and to the bad they are very terrible. Wherefore, let every man honour with every sort of lawful honour his own parents agreeably to what has now been said. But if this prelude be an unmeaning sound in the ears of any one, let the law follow, which may be rightly imposed in these terms. If any one in this city be not sufficiently careful of his parents, and do not regard and gratify in every respect their wishes more than those of his sons, and of his other offspring, or of himself, let him who experiences this sort of treatment either come himself, or send some one to inform the 3 eldest guardians of the law, and 3 of the women who have the care of marriages, and let them look to the matter and punish the evildoers with stripes and imprisonment until they are 30 years of age. That is to say, if they be men, or if they be women, let them undergo the same punishment up to 40 years of age. But if, when they are still more advanced in years, they continue the same neglect of their parents, and do them any hurt, let them be brought before a court in which every single one of the eldest citizens shall be the judges, and if the offender be convicted, let the court determine what he ought to pay or suffer, and any penalty may be imposed on him which a man can do or suffer. If the person who has been wronged is unable to inform the archons, let any free man who hears of his case inform, and if he do not, he shall be deemed base, and shall be liable to pay damages on the requisition of any one who likes. And if a slave informs, he shall be free, and if he be the slave of the injurer, or injured party, he shall be enfranchised by the magistrates. Or if he belong to any other citizen, the public shall pay a price on his behalf to the owner, and let the archons take heed that no one wrongs him out of revenge, and because he has given information. As to cases in which one injures another by poisons, where they are fatal, we have already spoken of them. But about other cases in which a person intentionally and of malice harms another with meats, or drinks, or ointments, nothing has as yet been determined. For there are two kinds of poisons used among men, which cannot clearly be distinguished. There is one kind of poison which injures bodies by the use of bodies according to nature, and of this we have spoken. But there is another kind which injures by sorceries and incantations and magic bonds, as they are termed, and induces one class of men to injure others as far as they can, and persuades others that they, above all persons, are liable to be injured by the powers of the magician. Now, it is not easy to know the origin of all these things, nor, if a man do know, can he readily persuade others of his belief. And when men are disturbed at the sight of waxen images fixed either at the doors, or in a place where three ways meet, or in the sepulchres of parents, there is no use in trying to persuade them that they should despise all such things, because they have no certain knowledge about them. But we must have a law in two parts concerning poisoning, in whichever of the two ways the attempt is made, and we must entreat, and exhort, and advise men not to have recourse to such practices, by which they scare the multitude out of their wits, as if they were children, compelling the legislator and the judge to heal the fears which the sorcerer arouses, and to tell them, in the first place, that he who attempts to poison or enchant others knows not what he is doing, either as regards the body, unless he have a knowledge of medicine, or as regards his enchantments, unless he happens to be a diviner or a soothsayer. Let the law, then, run as follows about poisoning or witchcraft. He who employs poison to do any injury not fatal to a man himself, or to his servants, or any injury, whether fatal or not, to his cattle or his bees, if he be a physician and be convicted of poisoning, shall be punished with death, or if he be a private person, the court shall determine what he is to pay or suffer. But he who seems to be the sort of man who injures others by magic knots, or enchantments, or incantations, or any of the like practices, if he be a prophet or diviner, let him die, and if not being a prophet, he be convicted of witchcraft, as in the previous case, let the court fix what he ought to pay or suffer. When a man does another any injury by theft or violence, for the greater injury let him pay a greater penalty to the injured man, and a less penalty for the smaller injury. But in all cases, whatever the injury be, as much as will compensate the loss. And, besides the compensation of the wrong, let a man pay a further penalty for the chastisement of his offence. He who has done the wrong through another's folly, and at his instigation, yielding to youthful impulsiveness or the like, shall pay a lighter penalty. But he who has injured another through his own folly, when overcome by pleasure or pain, in cowardice and fear, or lust or envy, or implacable anger, shall endure a heavier punishment. Not that he is punished because he did wrong, for that which is done can never be undone, but in order that in future times he and those who see him corrected may utterly hate injustice, or at any rate abate much of their evil doing. Having an eye to all these things, the law, like a good archer, should aim at the right measure of punishment, and in all cases at the deserved punishment. In the accomplishment of this, the judge shall be a fellow worker with the legislator, whenever the law leaves to him to determine what the offender shall suffer or pay. And he, like a painter, shall fill up the outline with suitable details. This is what we must do, Megillus and Clinias, in the best and fairest manner that we can, saying what the punishments are to be of all actions of theft and violence, and giving laws of such a kind as the gods and sons of gods would have us give. If a man be mad, he shall not be at large in the city, but his relations shall keep him at home in any way which they can, or, if not, let them pay a penalty. He who is of the highest class shall pay a penalty of 100 drachmas, whether he be a slave or a free man whom he neglects, and he of the second class shall pay 4/5 of a mina, and he of the third class 3/5, and he of the fourth class 2/5. Now, there are many sorts of madness, some arising out of disease, which we have already described, and there are other kinds which originate in an evil and passionate temperament, and are increased by education. Out of a slight quarrel, this class of madmen will often raise a storm of abuse against one another, and nothing of that sort ought to be allowed to exist in a well-ordered state. Let this, then, be the law about abuse, which shall relate to all cases. No one shall speak evil of another, and when a man disputes with another, he shall teach and learn of the disputant and the company, but he shall abstain from evil speaking, for out of the imprecations which men utter against one another, and the feminine habit of casting aspersions on one another, and using foul names, beginning in words light as air, they proceed to deeds, and the greatest enmities and hatreds spring up. For the speaker gratifies his anger, which is an ungracious element of his nature, and, nursing up his wrath by the entertainment of evil thoughts, and exacerbating that part of his soul which was formerly civilized by education, he lives in a state of wild beast fury and moroseness, and pays a bitter penalty for his anger. And in such cases, almost all men have a way of saying something ridiculous about their opponent, and there is no man who is in the habit of laughing at another who does not miss virtue and earnestness altogether, or lose the better half of greatness. Wherefore, let no one say anything of that sort at the temple, or at the public sacrifices, or at the games, or in the agora, or in a court of justice, or in any public assembly. And let him who has the charge of such matters chastise an offender, and he shall be blameless, or if he fail, he shall not claim the prize of virtue, for he is one who heeds not the laws, and does not do what the legislator commands. And if in any other place anyone indulges in these sort of revilings, whether he have begun the quarrel, or is only retaliating, let any elder who is present support the law, and control with blows those who give way to passion, which is another great evil. And if he fail, let him be liable to pay the appointed penalty. And we say further, that he who is engaged in the practice of reviling cannot revile without attempting to say what is ludicrous, and this is the use of ridicule, employed in a moment of anger, which we censure. Again, do we admit into our state the comic writers who are so fond of making mankind ridiculous, if they attempt, in a good-natured manner, to turn the laugh against our citizens? Or do we draw the distinction of jest and earnest, and allow a man to make use of ridicule in jest, and without anger about anything or person? But, as we were saying, not if he be angry, and have a set purpose. We forbid earnest, that is unalterably fixed, but we have still to say who are to be sanctioned, or not to be sanctioned by the law in the employment of innocent humour. A comic poet, or maker of iambic or satirical lyric verse, shall not be permitted to ridicule any of the citizens, either by word or image, either in anger or without anger. And if any one is disobedient, the judges shall either at once expel him from the place, or he shall pay a fine of 3 mina, which shall be dedicated to the god who presides over the contests. Those only who have already received permission shall be allowed to write verses at one another without anger and in jest, but in anger and in serious earnest they shall not be allowed. The decision of this matter shall be left to the superintendent of the general education of the young, and whatever he may license, the writer shall be allowed to produce, and whatever he rejects, let neither the poet himself exhibit, nor ever teach any other, slave or free man, under the penalty of being dishonoured, and held disobedient to the laws. Now, he is not to be pitied who is only hungry, or who suffers anything of that sort, but he who is temperate, or has other virtues, and at the same time suffers from misfortune, he is to be pitied. And it would be an extraordinary thing if such a one, whether slave or free man, were utterly forsaken and fell into the extremes of poverty in any tolerably well-ordered city or government. Wherefore, the legislator may safely make a law applicable to such cases in the following terms. Let there be no beggars in our state, and if anybody begs, seeking to collect the means of life by perpetual prayers, let the wardens of the agora turn him out of the agora, and the wardens of the city out of the city, and the wardens of the country send him out of any other part of the country over the border, that so the country may be cleared of this sort of animal. If a slave of either sex injure anything which is not his or her own, through inexperience or some improper practice, and the injured person be not in part to blame, the master of the slave who has done the harm shall either make full satisfaction, or give up the person who has done the injury. But if the master argue that the charge has arisen by collusion between the injured party and the injurer, with the view of depriving him of the slave, let him sue him who says that he has been injured for malpractices. And if he convict, let him receive double the value which the court fixes as the price of the slave. And if he lose his suit, let him make amends for the injury, and give up the slave. And if an animal, whether horse or dog, or any other beast, injure a neighbor, the owner shall in like manner pay for the injury. If any man voluntarily refuses to be a witness, he who wants him shall summon him, and he who is summoned shall come to the trial. And if he knows, and is willing to bear witness, let him bear witness. But if he says he does not know, let him swear by the three divinities, Zeus, and Apollo, and Themis, that he does not know, and have done with the cause. And he who is summoned to give witness, and does not answer to his summoner, shall be liable for the harm which ensues according to law. And if any one summons as witness one who is a judge, let him give his witness, but he shall not afterwards vote in the cause. A free woman may give her witness and plead, if she be more than 40 years of age, and may bring an action if she have no husband. But if her husband be alive, she shall only be allowed to bear witness. A slave of either sex and a child shall be allowed to give evidence and to plead, but they must produce sufficient sureties that they will certainly remain until the trial, if they are charged with false witness. And either of the parties in the cause may bring an accusation of false witness against them, touching their evidence in whole or in part, if he asserts that such evidence has been given previous to the final decision of the cause. The magistrates shall preserve the accusations of false witness, and have them kept under the seal of both parties, and produce them on the day when the trial for false witness takes place. If a man be twice convicted of false witness, he shall not be required, and if thrice, he shall not be allowed to bear witness. And if he dare to witness after he have been convicted 3 times, let any one who pleases inform against him to the magistrates, and let the magistrate hand him over to the court, and if he be convicted, he shall be punished with death. And in any case in which the evidence is found to be false, and yet to have given the victory to him who wins the suit, and more than half the witnesses are condemned, the decision which was gained by these means shall be rescinded, and there shall be a discussion and a decision as to whether the suit was determined by that false evidence or not. And in whichever way the decision may be given, the previous suit shall be determined accordingly. There are many noble things in human life, but to most of them attach evils which corrupt and spoil them. Has not justice been the civilizer of humanity, and is not that noble? And must not the profession of an advocate be also noble? And yet upon this has come an evil reputation, shielded under the fair name of art. In the first place, we are told that there is a contrivance of the law, which, by raising disputes, and the other arts of an advocate, is able to win a particular cause, whether just or unjust, and that both the art and the power of speech, which is thereby imparted, are at the service of him who is willing to pay for them. Now, in our state, this so-called art, whether really an art, or only an experience and practice destitute of any art, ought, if possible, never to come into existence, or, if existing among us, should listen to the request of the legislator, and go away into another land, and not speak contrary to justice. If the offenders obey, we say no more, but if they disobey, let them hear the voice of the law. If any one thinks that he will pervert the power of justice in the minds of the judges, and unseasonably litigate or advocate, let any one who likes indict him for malpractices of law and pleading, and let him be judged in the court of select judges, and if he be convicted, let the court determine whether he may be supposed to act from a love of money or from contentiousness. And if he be supposed to act from contentiousness, the court shall fix a time during which he shall not be allowed to institute or plead a cause. And if he be supposed to act as he does from love of money, in case he be a stranger, he shall leave the country, and never return, under penalty of death. But if he be a citizen, he shall die, because he is a lover of money, however gained. And, equally, if he be judged to have acted more than once from contentiousness, he shall die. End of Book 11. Recording in memory of Mitchell Edwards. Part 1 of Book 12 of Laws, by Plato, translated by Benjamin Jowett. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Geoffrey Edwards. Part 1 of Book 12. If any herald or ambassador carry a false message to any other city, or bring back a false message from the city to which he is sent, or be proved to have brought back, whether from friends or enemies, in his capacity of herald or ambassador, what they have never said, let him be indicted for having offended, contrary to the law, in the sacred office and appointment of Hermes and Zeus, and let there be a penalty fixed, which he shall suffer, or pay, if he be convicted. Theft is a mean, and robbery a shameless thing, and none of the sons of Zeus delight in fraud and violence, or ever practiced either. Wherefore, let no one be deluded by poets or mythologers into a mistaken belief of such things, nor let him suppose, when he thieves or is guilty of violence, that he is doing nothing base, but only what the gods themselves do. For that is untrue and improbable, and he who steals or robs, contrary to the law, neither is nor ever was a god or the son of a god. Of this the legislator ought to be a better judge than all the poets put together. Happy is he, and may he be forever happy, who is persuaded and listens to our words. But he who disobeys shall have the following law directed against him. If a man steals anything belonging to the public, whether that which he steals be much or little, he shall have the same punishment. For he who steals a little steals with the same wish as he who steals much, but with less power. He who takes up anything more than he has deposited is unjust in the highest degree, and therefore the law is not disposed to inflict a less penalty on the one than on the other, because his theft is less, but on the ground that the thief may possibly be in the one case still curable, and in the other case is incurable. If any one convict in a court of law a stranger or a slave of a theft of public property, let the court determine what punishment he shall suffer, or what penalty he shall pay, bearing in mind that he is probably not incurable. But the citizen who has been brought up, as our citizens will have been, if he be found guilty of robbing his country by fraud or violence, whether he be caught in the act or not, shall be punished with death, for he is incurable. Now, for expeditions of war, much consideration and many laws are required. The great principle of all is that no one of either sex should be without a commander, nor should the mind of any one be accustomed to do anything, either in jest or earnest, of his own motion. But in war and in peace he should look to and follow his leader, and in the least things be under his guidance. For example, he should stand, or move, or exercise, or wash, or take his meals, or get up in the night to keep guard and deliver messages when he is bidden. And in the hour of danger he should not pursue, and not retreat, except by order of his superior, and, in a word, not teach the soul, or accustom her to know or understand how to do anything apart from others. Of all soldiers the life should be in common and together. There neither is, nor ever will be, a higher, or better, or more scientific principle for the attainment of safety and victory than this. And from youth upwards we ought to practice this habit of commanding others, and of being commanded by others. Anarchy should have no place in the life of man, or of the beasts who are subject to man. I may add that all dances ought to be performed with a view to military excellence, and agility and ease should be cultivated with a similar view, and also endurance of the want of meats and drinks, and winter cold and summer heat, and hard couches, and above all, care should be taken not to destroy the natural qualities of the head and the feet by surrounding them with extraneous coverings, and so hindering their natural growth of hair and soles. For these are the extremities, and of all the parts of the body, whether they are preserved or not is of the greatest consequence. The one is the best servant which the body has, and the other is the lordly chief, which by nature holds all the ruling senses. Let the young man, when I say this, imagine that he hears the praises of the military life, and the law shall be as follows. He shall serve in war who is enrolled or appointed to some special service, and if any one fails to serve from cowardice, and without the leave of the generals, he shall be indicted before the military commanders for failure of service when the army comes home, and in each case the soldiers shall be the judges, the heavy armed, and the cavalry, and the other arms of the service shall form separate courts, and they shall bring the heavy armed before the heavy armed, and the horsemen before the horsemen, and the others in like manner before their peers. And he who is found guilty shall never be allowed to compete for the prize of valour, or indict another for not serving on an expedition, or be an accuser at all about military matters. Moreover, the court shall determine further what punishment he shall suffer, or what penalty he shall pay. When the several suits for failure of service are completed, the generals shall once more hold an assembly, and they shall adjudge the prizes of valour, and he who likes shall give judgment in his own rank of the service, saying nothing about any former expedition, nor producing any proof or witnesses to confirm his statement, but speaking only of the actual expedition. The crown of victory shall be a branch, and the victor shall offer this up at the temple of any war god whom he likes, adding an inscription for a testimony to last during life, that such a one has received the first, the second, or the third prize. If any one goes on an expedition, and returns home before the appointed time, when the generals have not withdrawn the army, he shall be indicted for desertion before the same persons who took cognizance of failure of service, and if he be found guilty, the same punishment shall be inflicted on him. Now, every man who is engaged in any suit ought to be very careful of bringing false witness against any one, either intentionally or unintentionally, if he can help. For justice is truly said to be a modest virgin, and falsehood is naturally hateful to modesty and justice. A witness ought to be very careful not to sin against justice, especially in what relates to the throwing away of arms. he must distinguish the throwing them away when necessary, and not make that a reproach, or bring an action against some undeserving person on that account. To make the distinction may be difficult, but still the law must attempt to define the crime in some way. Let me endeavour to explain my meaning by the help of a story. If Patroclus had been brought to the tent still alive, but without his arms, and this has happened to innumerable persons, the original arms, which the poet says were given to Peleus by the gods as a nuptial gift when he married Thetis, remaining in the hands of Hector, then the base spirits of that day might have reproached the son of Menetius with having cast away his arms. Again, there is the case of those who have been thrown down precipices and lost their arms, and of those who at sea and in stormy places have been suddenly overwhelmed by floods of water, and there are numberless things of this kind which one might adduce by way of consolation, and with the view of glossing over a misfortune which looks suspicious. We must therefore endeavour to divide to the utmost of our power the greater and more serious evil from the lesser. And language admits of a distinction in the use of the opprobrious terms. A man does not always deserve to be called the thrower away of his shield. He may be only the loser of his arms, for there is a great or rather absolute difference between him who is deprived of his arms by a sufficient force, and him who voluntarily lets his shield go. Let the law, then, be as follows. If a person be overtaken by the enemy, having arms, and does not turn round and defend himself, but lets them go voluntarily, or throws them away, choosing a base life and a swift escape rather than a courageous and noble and blessed death, in such a case of the throwing away of arms, let justice be done. Yet the judge should not fail to consider the previous case, for the bad man ought always to be punished in the hope that he may be improved, but not the unfortunate, for there is no use in that. And what shall be the punishment suited to him who has thrown away his weapons of defence? Tradition says that Clinias the Thessalian was changed by a god from a woman into a man, but the converse miracle cannot now be wrought, or no punishment would be more proper than that the man who throws away his shield should be changed into a woman. This, however, is impossible, and therefore let us make a law as nearly like this as possible, that he who loves his life too well shall be in no danger for the remainder of his days, but shall live forever under the stigma of cowardice. And let the law be in the following terms. When a man is found guilty of disgracefully throwing away his arms in war, no general or military officer shall allow him to serve as a soldier, or give him any place at all in the ranks of soldiers. And if he give him any place, he shall suffer a penalty which the public examiner shall exact of him. If he who has placed the coward be of the highest class, he shall pay 1,000 drachmas, or if he be of the second class, he shall pay 5 mina, or if he be of the third, 3 mina, or if he be of the fourth class, 1 mina. And he who is found guilty shall not only be dismissed from manly dangers, which is a disgrace appropriate to his nature, but he shall pay a penalty of 1,000 drachmas if he be of the highest class, and 5 mina if he be of the second class, and 3 if he be of the third class, and a mina, like the preceding, if he be of the fourth class. What regulations will be proper about examiners, seeing that some of our magistrates are elected by lot, and for a year, and some for a longer time, and from selected persons? Of such persons, who will be a sufficient censor or examiner, if any of them, weighed down by the pressure of office, and his own inability to support the dignity of his office, be guilty of any crooked practice? Who will be a sufficient examiner of these things? It is by no means easy to find a ruler who excels rulers in virtue, but still we must endeavour to discover some censor or examiner who is more than man. For the truth is that there are many elements of dissolution in a state, as there are also in a ship, or in an animal. They all have their cords, and girders, and sinews, and one nature diffused in many places, and called by many names. And the office of examiner is a most important element in the preservation and dissolution of states. For if the examiners are better than the magistrates, and their duty is fulfilled justly and without blame, then the whole state and country flourishes and is happy. But if the examination of the magistrates is carried on in a wrong way, then by the relaxation of that justice, which is the uniting principle of all constitutions, every power in the state is rent asunder from each other. They no longer incline in the same direction, but fill the city with faction, and make many cities out of one, and soon bring all to destruction. Wherefore the censors ought to be admirable in every sort of virtue. Let us invent a mode of creating them, which shall be as follows. Every year, after the summer solstice, the whole city shall be required to meet in the common precincts of Helios and Apollo, and shall present to the god 3 men out of their own number, each citizen selecting not himself, but some other citizen whom he deems in every way the best, and who is not less than 50 years of age. And out of the selected persons who have the greatest number of votes, they shall make a further selection until they reduce them to 1/2, if they are an even number. But if they are not an even number, they shall subtract the one who has the smallest number of votes, and shall leave the rest, and then take the half which has the greater number of votes. And if 2 persons have an equal number of votes, and thus increase the number beyond 1/2, they shall deduct the younger, and so do away the excess, and then, including all the rest, they shall again vote, until there are left 3 having an unequal number of votes. But if all the 3, or 2 out of the 3, have equal votes, let them commit the election to good fate and fortune, and separate off by lot the first, and the second, and the third. These they shall crown with a branch, and give them the prize of excellence, at the same time proclaiming to all the world that the city of the Magnetes, by the providence of the gods, is again preserved, and presents to the sun her 3 best men as the first fruits of Apollo, dedicated, according to the ancient law, to him and to the sun, as long as their lives answer to the judgment formed of them. And these shall appoint in their first year 12 examiners, to continue until each has completed 75 years, and hereafter let 3 be added yearly, and let these divide all the magistracies into 12 parts, and prove the holders of them freely by every sort of test, and let them live, while they hold office, in the precinct of Helios and Apollo, in which they were chosen, and let each one form a judgment of some things individually, and of others in company with his colleagues, and let him place a writing in the agora about each magistracy, and what the magistrate ought to suffer or pay, according to the decision of the examiners. And if a magistrate does not admit that he has been justly judged, let him bring the examiners before the select judges, and if he is acquitted by their decision, let him, if he will, accuse the examiners themselves, and if he be convicted, and have been condemned to death by the examiners, let him die, and of course he can only die once. but any other penalties which admit of being doubled, let him suffer twice over. And now let us pass under review the examiners themselves. When are they to be examined? And what rewards or punishments are to be assigned to them? During the life of these men, whom the whole state counts worthy of the rewards of virtue, they shall have the first seat at all public assemblies, and at all Hellenic sacrifices, and sacred missions, and other public and holy ceremonies in which they share. The chiefs of each sacred mission shall be selected from them, and they only of all the citizens shall be adorned with a crown of laurel. They shall all be priests of Apollo and Helios, and one of them, who is judged first of the priests created in that year, shall be chief priest, and they shall write up his name in each year to be a measure of time as long as the city lasts. And after their death, the manner of laying and carrying them out, and their sepulchres shall be different from the burial of the other citizens. They shall be decked in a robe all of white, and there shall be no cryings or lamentations over them, but a chorus of 15 youths, and another of men shall stand around the bier on either side, hymning the praises of the dead in alternate responses, the priests blessing them in song all day long. And in the morning 100 of the youths who practice gymnastic exercises, and whom the relations of the departed shall choose, shall carry the bier to the sepulchre, the young men dressed in the garb of warriors, marching first, the cavalry with their horses, the heavy-armed with their arms, and the others in like manner. And the youths around the bier and in front shall sing their national hymn, and maidens shall follow behind, and with them the women who have passed the age of childbearing. Next shall follow priests and priestesses, unless the Pythian oracle forbid them, because this burial is free from pollution, although they are interdicted from other burials. The place of burial shall be an oblong chamber constructed of porous stones, which will last for ever, having stone couches placed side by side. And here they will lay the blessed person, and pile up the ground around, and plant a grove of trees on every side but one, and on that side the sepulchre shall be allowed to extend for ever, and will not need a mound for those who are buried there. Every year they shall have contests in music and gymnastics, and in horsemanship, in honor of the dead. These are the honors which shall be given to those who are acquitted by the examiners. But if any of them, trusting to the scrutiny being over, should, after the judgment has been given, manifest the wickedness of human nature, let the law ordain that he who pleases shall indict him, and let the cause be tried in the following manner. In the first place, the court shall be composed of the guardians of the law, and to them the surviving examiners shall be added, as well as the court of select judges. And let the pursuer lay his indictment in this form. He shall say that so-and-so is unworthy of the prize of virtue, and of his office, and if the defendant be convicted, let him be deprived of his office, and of the burial, and of the other honors given him. But if the prosecutor do not obtain a 5th part of the votes, let him, if he be of the first class, pay 12 mina, and 8 if he be of the second class, and 6 if he be of the third class, and 2 mina if he be of the fourth class. The so-called decision of Rhadamanthus is worthy of all admiration. He knew that the men of his own time believed and had no doubt that there were gods, which was a reasonable belief in those days, because most men were the sons of gods, and, according to tradition, he was one himself. He appears to have thought that he ought to commit judgment to no man, but to the gods only, and in this way suits were simply and speedily decided by him. For he made the two parties at issue take an oath respecting the points in dispute, and so got rid of the matter speedily and safely. But now that a certain portion of mankind do not believe at all in the existence of the gods, and others imagine that they have no care of us, and the opinion of most men, and of the worst men, is that in return for a small sacrifice and flattering words, they will aid them in abstracting a great deal of money, and deliver them from great and diverse penalties, the art of Rhadamanthus is no longer suited to the needs of justice. For as the opinions of men about the gods are changed, the laws should also be changed. In the granting of suits, a rational legislation ought to do away with the oaths of the parties on either side. He who obtains leave to bring in a lawsuit should write down the charges, but not add an oath, and the defendant in like manner should give his denial to the magistrates in writing, and not swear. For it is a dreadful thing to know, when many lawsuits are going on in a state, that almost half the people who are in the habit of meeting one another at the public meals and in other companies and relations of private life are perjured. Let the law, then, be as follows. A judge who is about to give judgment shall take an oath, and he who appoints the magistrates of the state by oaths, or by the giving of votes, which he carries from the temple, shall take an oath, and the judge of dances, and of all music, and the superintendents and umpires of gymnastic and equestrian contests, and any others in which, as far as men can judge, there is nothing to be gained by a false oath. But all cases in which a denial confirmed by an oath clearly results in a great advantage to the taker of the oath, shall be decided without the oath of the parties to the suit, and the presiding judges shall not permit either of them to use an oath for the sake of persuading, nor to call down curses on himself and his race, nor to use unseemly supplications, or womanish laments. But he shall teach and learn what is just quietly, avoiding words of ill omen, or, if he utter them, he shall be supposed to speak beside the point, and the judges shall again bring him back to the question at issue. On the other hand, strangers, in their dealings with strangers, shall legally give and receive oaths, for they will not grow old in the city, or leave a fry of young ones like themselves to be the sons and heirs of the land. Let there be no difference in the mode of granting suits to all persons who wish to prosecute others for offences against the laws, where the penalty is less than stripes, or imprisonment, or death. But as regards the attendance at choruses, or processions, or any other public shows or services, or the celebration of sacrifice in time of peace, or of raising contributions in war, in all of these cases, first, the necessity of providing for the loss has to be met, and by those who will not obey, there shall be security given to those who are empowered by the city and the law to exact the sum due, and if they forfeit their security, let the goods which they have pledged be sold, and the money given to the city. But if they ought to pay a larger sum, the several magistrates shall impose upon the disobedient a suitable penalty, and bring them before the court until they are willing to do what they are ordered. Now, a state which makes money from the cultivation of the soil only, and has no foreign trade, must consider what it will do about the emigration of its own people to other countries, and the reception of strangers from elsewhere. About these matters the legislator has to consider, and he will begin by using his influence as far as he can. The intercourse of cities with one another is apt to create a confusion of manners. Strangers are always suggesting novelties to strangers. When states are well governed by good laws, the mixture causes the greatest possible injury. But seeing that most cities are the reverse of well-ordered, the confusion which arises in them from the reception of strangers, and from the citizens themselves expatiating in other cities, whenever anyone, young or old, desires to travel abroad at any time, or to go anywhere, is of no consequence. And, on the other hand, the refusal to receive others, and to allow their own citizens to go to other places, is utterly impossible, and, to the rest of the world, is likely to appear ruthless and uncivilized. We call the practice by the name xenolasia, or banishment of strangers, which is a hard word, and is descriptive of hard and morose ways, as men think. And to be thought or not to be thought well of by the rest of the world is no light matter, for the many are not so far wrong in their judgment of who are bad and who are good, as they are removed from the nature of virtue in themselves. Even bad men have a divine instinct which guesses rightly, and very many who are utterly depraved form correct notions and judgments about the differences of good and bad. Wherefore also the generality of cities are right in exhorting men to value a good reputation in the world. For there is no truth greater and more important than this, that he who is really good, I am speaking of him who would be perfect, seeks for reputation with, but not without, the reality of goodness. And our Cretan colony ought also to acquire the fairest and noblest reputation for virtue from other men. And there is every reason to expect that, if the reality answers to the idea, there will be few like her among well-ordered cities, beholding the face of the sun and of the other gods. Wherefore, in the matter of emigration to other countries, and the reception of strangers, we enact as follows. In the first place, let no one be allowed to go anywhere at all into a foreign country who is less than 40 years of age, and no one shall go in a private capacity, but only in some public one, as a herald, or on an embassy, or on a sacred mission. Foreign travel, when on an expedition or in war, is not to be included among travels authorized by the state. To Apollo at Delphi, and to Zeus at Olympia, and to Nemea, and to the Isthmus, citizens should be sent to take part in the sacrifices and games dedicated to these gods. And they should send as many as possible, and the best and fairest that can be found. And they will make the city renowned at holy meetings in time of peace, procuring a glory which shall be the converse of that which is gained in war. And when they come home, they shall teach the young that the institutions of other states are inferior to their own. And they shall send spectators of another sort, if they have the consent of the guardians, being such citizens as desire to look a little more at leisure at the doings of other men, and these no law shall hinder. For a city which has no experience of good and bad men, or intercourse with them, can never be thoroughly and perfectly civilized. Nor again can the citizens of a city properly observe the laws by habit only, and without an intelligent understanding of them. And there always are in the world a few inspired men, whose acquaintance is beyond price, and who spring up quite as much in ill-ordered as in well-ordered cities. And he who lives in a well-ordered city should be ever tracking them out, going forth by sea and land to seek after him who is incorruptible, seeking to establish more firmly the good institutions which they have, and amending what is deficient. For without this examination and inquiry, a city will never continue perfect, any more than if the examination is ill conducted. Clinias. How can these two objects be attained? Athenian stranger. In this way. In the first place, our spectator shall be of not less than 50 years of age. He shall be a man of repute, especially in military matters, who will exhibit to other cities a model of the guardians of the law. But when he is more than 60 years of age, he shall no longer continue in his office of spectator. And when he has carried on his inspection during as many out of the 10 years of his office as he pleases, on his return home, let him go to the assembly of those who review the laws. This shall be a mixed body of young and old men, who shall be required to meet daily between the hour of dawn and the rising of the sun. They shall consist in the first place of the priests who have obtained the rewards of virtue, and in the second place of guardians of the law, choosing the 10 eldest of them. The general superintendent of education shall also be a member, as well the last of them as those who have been released from the office, and each of them shall take with him as his companion a young man, whomsoever he chooses, between the ages of 30 and 40. These shall compose the assembly, and they shall always discourse about the laws of their own city, or any different ones of which they may hear existing elsewhere, also about kinds of knowledge which may appear to be of use, and will throw light upon the examination, or of which the want will make the subject of laws dark and uncertain to them. Any knowledge of this sort, which the elders approve, the younger men shall learn with all diligence. And if any one of those who have been invited appear to be unworthy, the whole assembly shall blame him who invited him. The rest of the city shall watch over those among the young men who distinguish themselves, having an eye upon them, and especially honouring them if they succeed, but dishonouring them above the rest if they turn out to be inferior to the rest. This is the assembly to which he who has visited the institutions of other men on his return home shall straightway go. And if he have discovered any one who has anything to say about the enactment of laws, or education, or nurture, or if he has himself made any observations, let him communicate his discoveries to the whole assembly. And if he be seen to have come home neither better nor worse, let him be praised at any rate for his enthusiasm. And if he be much better, let him be much praised, and not only while he lives, but after his death. Let the assembly honour him with fitting honours. Or, if on his return home he appear to have been corrupted, pretending to be wise when he is not, let him be prohibited from speaking with any one, whether young or old. And if he will hearken to the rulers, then he shall be permitted to live as a private individual. But if he will not, let him die, if he be convicted in a court of law of interfering about education and the laws. And if he deserve to be indicted, and none of the magistrates indict him, let that be counted as a disgrace to them when the rewards of virtue are decided. Let such be the character of the person who goes abroad, and let him go abroad under these conditions. In the next place, the stranger who comes from abroad should be received in a friendly spirit. Now, there are 4 kinds of strangers, of whom we must make some mention. The first is he who comes and stays throughout the summer. This class are like birds of passage, taking wing in pursuit of commerce, and flying over the sea to other cities, while the season lasts. He shall be received in market-places and harbours, and public buildings near the city, but outside, by those magistrates who are appointed to superintend these things. And they shall take care that a stranger of any sort makes no innovation, and that he duly receives justice. They shall hold the intercourse with him which is necessary, but this shall be as little as possible. The second kind is just a spectator who comes to see with his eyes and hear with his ears the spectacle of the Muses. Such ought to have entertainment at the temples provided them by hospitable persons, and the priests and ministers of the temple should see and attend to them. But they should not remain more than a reasonable time. Let them see and hear that for the sake of which they came, and then go away, neither having suffered nor done any harm. The priests shall be their judges, if any of them receives or does any wrong, up to the sum of 50 drachmas. But if any greater charge is brought against them, in such cases the suit shall come before the wardens of the agora. The third kind of stranger is he who comes on some public business from another land, and is to be received with public honours. He is to be specially received by the commanders of horse and foot, and the host by whom he is entertained, in conjunction with the prytanes, shall have a special care of what concerns him. There is a fourth class of persons answering to our spectators who come from another land to look at ours. In the first place, such visits will be rare, and the visitor should be at least 50 years of age. He may possibly be wanting to see something that is rich and rare in other states, or himself to show something in like manner to another city. Let such a one, then, go unbidden to the doors of the wise and rich, being himself one of them. Let him go, for example, to the house of the superintendent of education, confident that he is a fitting guest of such a host. Or let him go to the house of some of those who have gained the prize of virtue, and hold discourse with them, both learning from them and also teaching them. And when he has seen and heard all, he shall depart as a friend, taking leave of friends, and be honored by them with gifts and suitable tributes of respect. These are the customs according to which our city should receive all strangers of either sex who come to them from other countries, and should send forth her own citizens, showing respect to Zeus, the god of hospitality, not driving away strangers at meats and sacrifices, and by savage proclamations, as is the manner which prevails among the children of the Nile. End of Part 1 of Book 12. Recording in memory of Mitchell Edwards. Part 2 of Book 12 of Laws by Plato, translated by Benjamin Jowett. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Jeffrey Edwards. Part 2 of Book 12. Athenian Stranger. When a man becomes surety, let him give the security in a distinct form, acknowledging the whole transaction in a written document, and in the presence of not less than 3 witnesses, if the sum be under 1,000 drachmas, and 5 witnesses, if the sum be above 1,000 drachmas. He who sells for another who sells unlawfully, and is not able to make good the loss, shall himself be responsible. The agent and the principal shall be equally liable. If a person wishes to discover anything in the house of another, he shall enter naked, or having only a short tunic and no upper girdle, having first taken an oath by the customary gods that he hopes to find it. He shall then make his search, and the other shall throw open his house, and allow him to search things both sealed and unsealed. And if a person will not allow the searcher to make his search, he who is prevented shall go to law with him, estimating the value of the goods after which he is searching, and if he be convicted, he shall pay twice the value of the article. If the master be absent from home, the dwellers in the house shall let him search the unsealed property, and on the sealed property the searcher shall set another seal, and shall appoint any one whom he likes to guard them during 5 days, and if the master of the house be absent during a longer time, he shall take with him the wardens of the city, and so make his search, opening the sealed property as well as the unsealed, and then, together with the members of the family and the wardens of the city, he shall seal them up again as they were before. There shall be a limit of time in the case of disputed things, and he who has had possession of them during a certain time shall no longer be liable to be disturbed. This shall not, however, apply to houses and lands. But if a man has any other possessions which he has used and openly shown in the city and in the agora, and no one has put in a claim to them, and the other says that he was looking for the goods at the time, and the owner is proved to have made no concealment, if they have continued for a year, the one having the goods and the other looking for them, no one shall be permitted to claim them after the expiration of a year. Or, if he does not use or show the lost property in the market, but only in the country, and no one offers himself as the owner during 5 years, at the expiration of the 5 years, the claim shall be barred for ever after. Or, if he uses them in the city, but in his own house, then the appointed time of claiming the goods shall be 3 years, or 10 years, if he has them in the country in private. And if he has them in another land, there shall be no limit of time or prescription, and whenever any one finds them, he may claim them. If any one prevents another by force from being present at a trial, whether a principal party or his witnesses, if the witness prevented be a slave, whether his own or belonging to another, the suit shall be incomplete and invalid. But if he who is prevented be a free man, besides the suit being incomplete, the other who has prevented him shall be imprisoned for a year, and may be made a slave by any one who pleases. And if any one hinders by force a competitor in gymnastic or music, or some other sort of contest, from being present at the contest, let him who has a mind inform the judges of the contest, and they shall liberate him who is desirous of contending. And if they are not able, and he who hinders the other from contending wins the prize, then they shall give the prize of victory to him who is prevented, and inscribe him as the conqueror in any temples which he pleases. And he who hinders the other shall not be permitted to make any offering or inscription having reference to that contest, and he shall be liable for the injury done, whether he be defeated or whether he conquer. If any one knowingly receives anything which has been stolen, he shall undergo the same punishment as the thief, and if a man receives an exile, he shall be punished with death. Every man should regard the friend and enemy of the state as his own friend or enemy, and if any one makes peace or war with any on his own account, and without the authority of the state, he shall in like manner undergo the penalty of death. And if any fraction of the city declare war or peace against any, the generals shall indict the authors of this proceeding, and if they are convicted, death shall be the penalty. Those who serve their country ought to serve without receiving gifts, and there ought to be no excusing or approving the saying, quote, "Men should receive gifts as the reward of good, but not of evil deeds." Close quote. For to know what is good, and to persevere in what we know is no easy matter. The safest course is to obey the law, which says, quote, "Do no service for a bribe," close quote, and let him who disobeys, if he be convicted, simply die. With a view to taxation, and for many reasons, every man ought to have his property valued. the tribesmen ought to bring in a register of the yearly produce to the wardens of the country, that in this way there may be two valuations, and the public officers may use annually whichever, on consideration, they deem the best, whether they prefer to take a certain proportion of the whole value, or of the annual revenue, after subtracting what is paid to the common tables. Touching offerings to the gods, the moderate man should offer moderate ornaments. Now, the land and the hearth of the house of all men is sacred to all gods, wherefore let no man dedicate a second shrine to the gods. In other cities, gold and silver, whether possessed by private persons or in temples, is an invidious thing, and ivory, the product of a dead body, is not a proper offering. Brass and iron, again, are instruments of war. Let a man, therefore, offer what he likes, which is made of wood only, and in like manner of stone, to the public temples, but of woven work let him not offer more than one woman can execute in a month. White colours are suitable to the gods, especially in woven works, but dyes should only be used for the adornments of war. The most divine of gifts are birds and images, and they should be such as one sculptor can execute in a single day, and let other offerings follow the same rule or pattern. Now, that the whole city has been divided into parts, of which the nature and number have been described, and laws have been given about all the most important contracts, as far as this was possible, the next thing will be to have justice done. In the first place, there shall be elected judges in the courts, who shall be chosen by the plaintiff and defendant in common. These shall be called arbiters rather than judges. And in the second place, there shall be judges taken from the village and tribe, 1/12 part of whom will be selected. And before these, the litigants shall go to contend for greater damages. If the suit be not decided before the first judges, and the defendant, if he be defeated the second time, shall pay the 5th part of the damages mentioned in the indictment. And if some one finds fault with his judges, and would try a 3rd time, let him carry the suit before the select judges, and if he be again defeated, let him pay the whole of the damages, and half as much again. And if the plaintiff, when defeated before the first judges, will persist in going on to the second, if he wins, he shall receive a 5th part of the damages, and if he be defeated, he shall pay in a similar proportion. But if he is not satisfied with the previous decision, and will insist on proceeding to a 3rd court, then the defendant, if he be beaten, shall pay the damages, and, as I said before, as much again, and the plaintiff shall pay half the damages. Now, of the assignation of courts, and completion of the number of the judges, and the appointment of servants to the different magistrates, and the times at which the several causes should be heard, and the votings and delays, and all the things that necessarily concern suits, and the order of causes, and the time in which answer is to be given, and parties are to appear. Of these, and other things akin to these, we have indeed already spoken, but there is no harm in repeating what is right twice or thrice. All lesser and easier matters, which the elder legislator has omitted, may be supplied by the younger one. Private courts will be sufficiently regulated in this way, and the public and state courts, and those which the magistrates must use in the administration of their several offices, exist in many other states. Many very respectable institutions of this sort have been framed by good men, and from them the guardians of the law may by reflection derive what is necessary for the order of our new state, considering and correcting them, and bringing them to the test of experience, until every detail appears to be satisfactorily determined, and then, putting the final seal upon them, and making them irreversible, they shall use them for ever afterwards. As to what relates to the silence of judges, and the abstinence from words of evil omen, and the reverse, and the differences that there are in the notions of the just and good, and honourable, which exist in other states, they have been partly mentioned already, and another part of them will be mentioned in their place toward the end. To all these matters, he who would be an equal judge shall justly look, and he shall possess writings about them that he may learn them, for, of all kinds of knowledge, the knowledge of good laws has the greatest power of improving the learner. Otherwise, there would be no meaning in the divine and admirable law possessing a name akin to mind, nous, nomos, and of all other words, such as the praises and censures of individuals which occur in poetry and also in prose, whether written down or uttered in daily conversation, whether men dispute about them in the spirit of contention, or weakly assent to them, as is often the case. Of all these, the one sure test is the writings of the legislator, which the righteous judge ought to have in his mind as the antidote of all other words, and thus make himself and the city stand upright, procuring for the good the continuance and increase of justice, and for the bad, on the other hand, a conversion from ignorance and intemperance, and in general from all unrighteousness, as far as their minds can be healed. But to those whose web of life is in reality finished, giving death, which is the only remedy for souls in their condition, as I may truly say again and again. And such judges, and chiefs of judges, will be worthy of receiving praise from the whole city. When the suits of the year are completed, the following laws shall regulate their execution. In the first place, the judge shall assign to the party who wins the suit the whole property of him who loses, with the exception of mere necessaries. After the votes have been announced by the herald in the hearing of the judges, and when the month arrives following the month in which the courts are sitting, unless the gainer of the suit has been previously satisfied, the court shall follow up the case, and hand over to the winner the goods of the loser. But if they find that he has not the means of paying, and the sum deficient is not less than a drachma, the insolvent person shall not have any right of going to law with any other man until he have satisfied the debt of the winning party. But other persons shall still have the right of bringing suits against him. And if any one, after he is condemned, refuses to acknowledge the authority which condemned him, let the magistrates, who are thus deprived of their authority, bring him before the court of the guardians of the law. And if he be cast, let him be punished with death, as a subverter of the whole state and of the laws. Thus is a man born and brought up, and begets and brings up his own children, and has his share of dealings with other men, and suffers if he has done wrong to any one, and receives satisfaction if he has been wronged. And so, at the appointed time, under the dominion of the laws, he grows old, and meets his end in the order of nature. Concerning the dead of either sex, the religious ceremonies which may fittingly be performed, whether appertaining to the gods of the underworld or of this, shall be decided by the interpreters with absolute authority. Their sepulchres are to be in places which are not cultivated, and there shall be no monuments to them, either large or small, but they shall occupy that part of the country which is naturally adapted for receiving and concealing the bodies of the dead with as little hurt as possible to the living. No man, living or dead, shall deprive the living of the sustenance which the earth, our mother, is naturally inclined to bear to them. And let not the mound be piled higher than would be the work of 5 men completed in 5 days, nor shall the stone which is placed over the spot be larger than would be sufficient to receive the praises of the dead included in 4 heroic lines. Nor shall the laying out of the dead continue for a longer time than is sufficient to distinguish between him who is in a trance only and him who is really dead. And, speaking generally, the 3rd day after death will be a fair time for carrying out the body to the sepulchre. Now, we must believe the legislator when he tells us that the soul is in all respects superior to the body, and that even in life what makes each one of us to be what we are is only the soul, and that the body follows us about in the likeness of each of us, and therefore, when we are dead, the bodies of the dead are rightly said to be our shades or images, for that the true and immortal being of each one of us, which is called the soul, goes on her way to other gods, that before them she may give an account, an inspiring hope to the good, but very terrible to the bad, as the laws of our fathers tell us, which also say that not much can be done in the way of helping a man after he is dead. But the living, he should be helped by all his kindred, that while in life he may be the holiest and justest of men, and after death may have no great sins to be punished in the world below. If this be true, a man ought not to waste his substance under the idea that all this lifeless mass of flesh, which is in process of burial, is connected with him. He should consider that the son, or brother, or the beloved one, whoever he may be, whom he thinks he is laying in the earth, has gone away to complete and fulfill his own destiny, and that his duty is rightly to order the present, and to spend moderately on the lifeless altar of the gods below. But the legislator does not intend moderation to be taken in the sense of meanness. Let the law, then, be as follows. The expenditure on the entire funeral of him who is of the highest class shall not exceed 5 mina, and for him who is of the 2nd class 3 mina, and for him who is of the 3rd class 2 mina, and for him who is of the 4th class 1 mina will be a fair limit of expense. The guardians of the law ought to take especial care of the different ages of life, whether childhood or manhood, or any other age. And at the end of all, let there be some one guardian of the law presiding, who shall be chosen by the friends of the deceased to superintend, and let it be glory to him to fulfill well, and with moderation, the offices of the dead, and a discredit to him if they are not well fulfilled. Let the laying out and other ceremonies be in accordance with the law, and the lawgiver, who is also a citizen, may concede something to custom. It would be monstrous to command any man to weep or abstain from weeping over the dead, but he may forbid cries of lamentation, and not allow the voice of the mourner to be heard outside the house. Also, he may forbid the bringing of the dead body into the open streets, or the processions of mourners in the streets, and may require that before daybreak they should be outside the city. Let these, then, be our laws relating to such matters, and let him who obeys be free from penalty, but he who disobeys even a single guardian of the law shall be punished by them all in a fitting penalty. Other modes of burial, or again of denial of burial, which is to be refused in the case of robbers of temples, and parricides, and the like, have been described and embodied in the preceding laws, so that now our work of legislation is pretty near an end. But in all cases the end does not consist in doing something, or acquiring something, or building something, but the end should be considered to be attained, and finally accomplished, when we have provided for the perfect and lasting continuance of our institutions. Until then, the work is incomplete. Clinias. That is very good, stranger. But I wish you would tell me more clearly what your meaning is in saying this. Athenian stranger. O Clinias, many things of old time were well said and sung, and the saying about the fates was one of them. Clinias. What is that? Athenian stranger. The saying that Lachesis, or the giver of the lots, is the first of them, and that Clotho, or the weaver, is the second of them, and that Atropos, or the unchanging one, is the third of them, and that she is the preserver of the things which are woven, which may be compared in a figure to the welding power of fire working an unchangeable force in them. I am speaking of the things which in a state and government give not only health and salvation to the body, but law, or rather preservation of the law, in the soul. And if I am not mistaken, this seems to be still wanting in our laws. We have still to see how we can implant in them this irreversible power. Clinias. That will be a great matter, if there is any way of discovering how such a power can be implanted in anything. Athenian stranger. But that is not impossible. So much I can quite clearly see. Clinias. Then let us not think of desisting until we have imparted this quality to our laws. For it is ridiculous, after a great deal of labour has been spent, to place a thing at last on an insecure foundation. Megillus. I approve of your suggestion, and am quite of the same mind with you. Clinias. Very good. And now, what, according to you, is to be the salvation of our government and of these laws, and how is this to be effected? Athenian stranger. Were we not saying that there must be in our city a council which was to be of this sort? 10 of the oldest guardians of the law, and all those who have obtained prizes of virtue, were to meet, and the council was also to include those who had visited foreign countries, in the hope of hearing something that might be of use in the preservation of the laws, and who, having come safely home, and having been tested in these same matters, proved themselves to be worthy to take part in the meeting. Each of the members was to select some young man of not less than 30 years of age, he himself judging in the first instance whether the young man is worthy by nature and education, and then introducing him to the others, and if he seemed to them also to be worthy, he was to be adopted by them, but if not, they are forbidden to elect him, and still more is he forbidden to accept their nomination. The meeting of the council was to be held early in the morning, when everybody was at leisure from all other business, whether public or private. Something of that sort was said by us before. Clinias. True. Athenian stranger. Then, now, returning to the council, I would say further, that this institution, having all the required conditions, might save us all, and be the anchor of the state, if let down into the sea. Clinias. How is that? Athenian stranger. Now is the time for me to speak the truth in all earnestness. Clinias. Well said, and I hope that you will fulfill your intention. Athenian stranger. Know, Clinias, that every work has a saviour, as of the animal, the life and the head are the chief saviour. Clinias. Once more, what do you mean? Athenian stranger. Their virtue is obviously the preservation of every living thing? Clinias. How is that? Athenian stranger. The soul, besides other things, contains mind, and the head, besides other things, contains sight and hearing, and the mind, mingling with the noblest of the senses, and becoming one with them, may be truly called the salvation of all things. Clinias. That seems reasonable. Athenian stranger. Yes, quite reasonable. But with what is that intellect concerned which, mingling with the senses, is the salvation of ships in storms, as well as in fair weather? In the ship, is not that the mind of the pilot, and the sailors, uniting their perceptions with the piloting mind, preserve themselves and the ship? Clinias. Very true. Athenian stranger. We do not want many illustrations about such matters. Let us take the example of armies. What aim would the general or the physician purpose to himself if he were seeking to attain salvation? Clinias. Very good. Athenian stranger. Does not the general aim at victory and superiority in war, and do not the physician and his underlings aim at producing health in the body? Clinias. Certainly. Athenian stranger. And a physician who is ignorant about the body, that is to say, who knows not that which we just now called health, or a general who knows not victory, or any others who are ignorant of the particulars of the arts which we mentioned, cannot be said to have understanding about any of these matters? Clinias. Impossible. Athenian stranger. And what would you say of the state, if a person proves to be ignorant of the aim to which the statesman should look? Ought he to be called a ruler at all? And further, will he ever be able to preserve that of which he does not even know the aim? Clinias. Impossible. Athenian stranger. And therefore, if our settlement of the country is to be perfect, we ought to have some institution which, as I was saying, will tell what is the aim of the state, and will inform us how we are to attain this, and what law or what man will advise us with that view. Any state which has no such institution is likely to be devoid of mind and sense, and in all her actions will proceed by mere chance. Clinias. Very true. Athenian stranger. In which, then, of the parts or institutions of the state is any such guardian power to be found? Can we say? Clinias. I am not quite certain, stranger, but I have a suspicion that you are referring to the assembly which you just now said was to meet at night. Athenian stranger. You have answered rightly, Clinias, and we must assume, as the argument implies, that this council possesses all virtue, and the beginning of virtue is not to make mistakes by guessing many things, but to look at one thing, and on this to fix all our aims. Clinias. Quite true. Athenian stranger. Then now we shall see why there is nothing wonderful in states going astray. The reason is that their legislators have such different aims, nor is there anything wonderful in some laying down as their rule of justice that certain individuals should bear rule in the state, whether they be good or bad, and others that the citizens should be rich, not caring whether they are the slaves of other men or not. The tendency of others, again, is towards freedom, and some legislate with a view to both at once. They want to be at the same time free and the lords of other states, but the wisest men, as they deem themselves to be, look to all these and similar aims, and there is no one of them which they exclusively honor, and to which they would have all things look. Clinias. Then, stranger, our old assertion will hold, for we were saying that laws generally should look to one thing only, and this, as we admitted, was rightly said to be virtue. Athenian stranger. Yes. Clinias. And we said that virtue was of 4 kinds? Athenian stranger. Quite true. Clinias. And that mind was the leader of all 4, and to her the 3 other virtues and all other things ought to have regard? Athenian stranger. You follow me capitally, Clinias, and I would ask you to follow me to the end, for we have said that the pilot, and the general, and the physician have a single aim to which they ought to look, and now we turn to the statesman, and are about to interrogate him as though he were a living man. To him we say, O wonderful being, and to what are you looking? The physician is able to tell his single aim in life, but you, the superior, as you declare yourself to be of all intelligent beings, when you are asked, are not able to tell. Can you, Megillus, and you, Clinias, say distinctly what the aim of the statesman is, in return for the many explanations of things which I have given you? Clinias. We cannot, stranger. Athenian stranger. Well, but ought we not to desire to see it, and to see in what it is found? Clinias. For example, in what? Athenian stranger. For example, we were saying that there are 4 kinds of virtue, and as there are 4 of them, each of them must be one. Clinias. Certainly. Athenian stranger. And further, all 4 of them we call one, for we say that courage is a virtue, and that prudence is a virtue, and the same of 2 others, as if they were in reality not many, but one. Clinias. Certainly. Athenian stranger. There is no difficulty in seeing in what way the 2 differ from one another, and have received 2 names, and so of the rest. But there is more difficulty in explaining why we call these 2, and the rest of them, by the single name of virtue. Clinias. How do you mean? Athenian stranger. I have no difficulty in explaining what I mean. Let us distribute the subject into questions and answers. Clinias. Once more, what do you mean? Athenian stranger. Do you ask me what is that one thing which I call virtue, and then again speak of as 2? That is to say, courage and wisdom? I will tell you how that occurs. One of them has to do with fear. In this the beasts also participate, and quite young children. I mean in courage, for a courageous temper is a gift of nature, and not of reason. But without reason there never has been, or is, or will be a wise and understanding soul, and this implies that courage and wisdom are different. Clinias. That is true. Athenian stranger. I have now told you in what way the 2 are different, and do you in return tell me in what way they are one and the same. Conceive of me as asking you in what way the 4 are one, and when you have shown that, you will have a right to ask of me in return in what way they are 4, and then let us proceed to inquire whether, in the case of things which have a name, and also a definition to them, true knowledge consists in knowing the name only, and not the definition. Can he who is good for anything be ignorant about great and glorious matters without discredit? Clinias. I suppose not. Athenian stranger. And is there anything greater to the legislator, and the guardian of the law, and to him who thinks that he excels all other men in virtue, and has the rewards of virtue, than these very qualities of which we are now speaking: courage, temperance, wisdom, justice. Clinias. How can there be anything greater? Athenian stranger. And ought not the interpreters, the teachers, the lawgivers, the guardians of others, to excel all other men, and perfectly to show him who desires to learn and know, or whose evil actions require to be punished and reproved, what is the nature of virtue and vice? Shall the teacher be some poet who may find his way into the city, or some chance instructor of youth who professes to be better than him who has won the palm in every virtue? And can we wonder that when the guardians are not adequate in speech or action, and have no adequate knowledge of virtue, the city, being unguarded, should experience the common fate of cities in our day? Clinias. That is not wonderful. Athenian stranger. Well then, as I was saying just now, what are we to do? How can we provide our guardians with a more excellent virtue in speech or action than is usual? Or in what way can our city be truly likened to the head and senses of rational beings, because possessing such a guardian power? Clinias. What, stranger, is the meaning of this comparison? Athenian stranger. Do we not see that the city is the trunk, and are not the younger guardians, who are chosen for their natural gifts, placed in the head of the state, having their souls all full of eyes, with which they look around the whole city? They keep watch, and hand over their perceptions to the memory, and inform the elders of all that happens in the city, and those whom we compared to the mind, because they have many wise thoughts, that is to say, the old men, take counsel, and, making use of the younger men as their ministers, and advising with them, in this way both together truly preserve the whole state. Shall this be the order of our state, or shall we have some other order? Shall we say that they are all alike the owners of the state, and not merely individuals among them who have had the most careful training and education? Clinias. That, my good sir, is impossible. Athenian stranger. Then we ought to proceed to some more exact training than that which has preceded. Clinias. Certainly. Athenian stranger. And must not that of which we are in need be the one to which we were just now alluding? Clinias. Very true. Athenian stranger. Did we not say that the workman or guardian, if he be perfect in every respect, ought not only to be able to see the many aims, but he should press onward to the one which he should know, and, knowing, order all things with a view to that? Clinias. True. Athenian stranger. And can any one have a more exact way of considering or contemplating anything than the being able to look at one idea gathered from many different things? Clinias. Perhaps. Athenian stranger. Not perhaps, but yes, truly, my good sir, is the right answer. There never has been a truer method than this discovered by any man. Clinias. I bow to your authority, stranger. Let us proceed in the way which you propose. Athenian stranger. Then, as would appear, we must compel the guardians of our divine state to perceive in the first place what that principle is which is the same in all the four. The same, as we affirm, in courage, and in temperance, and in justice, and in prudence, and which being one, we call, as we ought, by the single name of virtue. To this, my friends, we will, if you please, hold fast, and not let go until we have sufficiently explained what that is to which we are to look, whether to be regarded as one, or as a whole, or as both, or in whatever way. Are we likely ever to be in a virtuous condition if we cannot tell whether virtue is many, or four, or one. Certainly, if you will take our advice, we shall in some way contrive that this principle has a place amongst us. But if you have made up your mind that we should let the matter alone, we will. Clinias. We must not, stranger. I swear by the God of strangers that we must not, for in our opinion you speak most truly, but we should like to know how you will accomplish your purpose. Athenian stranger. Wait a little before you ask that, and let us first of all be quite agreed with one another that the purpose has to be accomplished. Clinias. Certainly, if that is possible. Athenian stranger. Well, and about the good and the honourable, are we to take the same view, that each of them are many, but that our guardians are to regard them as in some sense one? Clinias. We must endeavour to ascertain in what sense. Athenian stranger. Are we only to consider that, and be unable to set forth our conceptions in words? Clinias. Certainly not. That would be the state of a slave. Athenian stranger. And may not the same be said of all good men, that the true guardians of the laws ought to know their truth, and to be able to interpret them in words, and carry them out in action, judging of what is, and of what is not well, according to nature? Clinias. Certainly. Athenian stranger. Is not the knowledge of the gods one of the noblest sorts of knowledge? To know that they are, and know how great is their power, as far as in man lies. We do indeed excuse the majority of mankind, who only follow the voice of the laws, but refuse to admit as guardians any who do not labour to obtain every possible evidence that there is respecting the gods. They are forbidden and not allowed to choose as a guardian of the law, or to place in the select order of virtue him who is not an inspired man, and has not laboured at these things. Clinias. It is certainly just, as you say, that he who is indolent about such matters, or incapable, should be rejected, and that things honourable should be put away from him. Athenian stranger. Are we assured that there are two things which lead men to believe in the gods, as we previously stated? Clinias. What are they? Athenian stranger. One is the argument about the soul, which has been already mentioned, that it is the eldest and most divine of all things, to which motion, attaining generation, gives perpetual existence. The other was an argument from the order of motion of the heavens, and of all things of which the mind that ordered the universe is the author. If a man look upon the world not lightly or foolishly, there was never any one so godless who did not experience an effect opposite to that which the many imagine, for they think that those who handle these matters by the help of astronomy and the accompanying arts of demonstration may become godless, because they see, as far as they can see, things happening by necessity, and not by an intelligent will accomplishing good. Clinias. But what, then, is the fact? Athenian stranger. Just the opposite of that opinion which once prevailed among men, that the sun and stars are without soul. Even at that time men wondered about them, and that which is now ascertained was then conjectured by those who attained exact knowledge of them, that if they had been things without soul, and had no mind, they could never have moved according to such exact calculations, and even at that time some ventured to hazard the conjecture that mind was the orderer of all things that there are in heaven. But these same persons again, mistaking the nature of the soul, which they conceived to be younger and not older than the body, once more overturned the universe, or rather, I should say, themselves. For what they saw before their eyes in heaven all appeared to be full of stones, and earth, and many other lifeless bodies, which divided between them the causes of the world. Such studies gave rise to much atheism and perplexity, and the poets took occasion to be abusive, comparing the philosophers to she-dogs, uttering vain howlings, and saying other nonsense of the same sort. But now, as I said, the case is reversed. Clinias. How is that? Athenian stranger. No man can be a true worshipper of the gods who does not know these two principles, that the soul is the eldest of all things which are born, and is immortal, and rules over all bodies. Moreover, as I have now said several times, he who has not contemplated the mind of nature which is said to exist in the stars, and acquired the previous knowledge, and seen the connection of them with music, and harmonized them all with laws and institutions, is not able to give a reason of such things as have a reason. And he who is unable to acquire this in addition to the ordinary virtues of a citizen can hardly be a good ruler of a whole state, but he should be the subordinate of other rulers. Wherefore, Clinias and Megillus, let us consider whether we may not add to all the other laws which we have discussed this further one, that the nocturnal assembly of the magistrates, which has also been associated with us in our whole scheme of education, shall be a guard set according to law for the salvation of the state. Shall we propose this? Clinias. Certainly, my good friend, we will make that addition, if possible. Athenian stranger. Let us strive to the utmost that we may succeed in this. I shall be eager to give you assistance. Of these matters I have had much experience, and have often considered them, and I dare say that I shall be able to find others who will also help. Clinias. I agree, stranger, that we should proceed along the road in which God is guiding us, and how we can proceed rightly has now to be investigated and explained. Athenian stranger. O Megillus and Clinias, about these matters we cannot legislate further until the city is established. When that is done, then we will determine what authority the citizens shall have of their own. But the explanation of how this is all to be ordered would only be given rightly in a long discourse. Clinias. What is the meaning of this? Athenian stranger. In the first place, a list would have to be made out of those who, by their ages and studies, and dispositions and habits, are well fitted for the duty of a guardian. In the next place, it will not be easy for them to discover themselves what they ought to learn, or become the disciple of one who has already made the discovery. Furthermore, to write down the times at which and during which they ought to receive the several kinds of instruction would be a vain thing, for the learners themselves do not know what is learned to advantage until the knowledge which is the result of learning has found a place in the soul of each. Hence, what relates to these matters, although they would not be truly said to be secret, might be said to be incapable of being stated beforehand, because, when stated, they would have no meaning. Clinias. What then are we to do, stranger, under these circumstances? Athenian stranger. There is a proverb of universal application, which may also be applied to us. We must risk the whole constitution on the chance of throwing thrice 6, or thrice ace, and I am willing to share with you the danger of stating and explaining to you my views about education and nurture, which is the question coming to the surface again. The danger is not a slight or ordinary danger, and I would advise you, Clinias in particular, to see to the matter, for if you order rightly the city of the Magnetes, or whatever name God may give it, you will obtain the greatest glory, or at any rate you will be thought the most courageous of men in the estimation of posterity. Dear companions, if this, our divine assembly, can only be established, to them we will hand over the city. None of the present company of legislators, as I may call them, would hesitate about that, and the state will be perfected and become a waking reality, which a little while ago we attempted to create as a dream, and in idea only, mingling together reason and mind in one image, in the hope that our citizens might be duly mingled and rightly educated, and, being educated and dwelling in the citadel of the land, might become perfect guardians, such as we have never seen in all our previous life, for their saving virtue. Megillus. Dear Clinias, after all that has been said, either we must detain the stranger, and by supplications, and in all manner of ways, make him share in the foundation of the city, or we must give up the undertaking. Clinias. That is very true, Megillus, and you must join with me in detaining him. Megillus. I will. End of Book 12, and end of Laws, by Plato, translated by Benjamin Jowett, read by Geoffrey Edwards, meta-coordinated by Caroline, proof listened by Lauren, Rapunzelina, Nadia, and Caio. Recording in memory of Mitchell Edwards.